All right, guys. Hello. Hello, hello. Test.
Testing one, testing one.
हेलो हेलो टेस्ट इनको क्या हुआ भास्कर भाई हेलो हेलो टेस्ट
हेलो चेक हेलो हेलो check check check
hello hello
check
test 1 2 3 Brian test your mic
Test 1 2 3.
all right all good to go
check
all right guys Stallions and Night Riders everyone ready to go all the best this is the final of Houston Premier League 2023 powered by Turmeric Mr. Brian Walters please start the opening ceremony.
The opening ceremony is maybe overstating it, but what we'd like to do is highlight the fact that we've had some wonderful cricket here for the last several days. And at the end of all of that, there are two teams standing, the Night Riders and Stallions X. So congratulations to both of you. You've played very hard, really good, entertaining, solid cricket for the last several days. At the end of today, only one of you will claim this trophy, but as they always say, cricket is always the winner because we have a fantastic facility here. We have a great tournament powered by just really wonderful people, and I think more than anything else, we want to make sure that we continue doing that. So Munir, there are a few thoughts that you have. I'd love to hear your reflections on the last couple of days.
First things first, Brian, I think we've come through a lot of challenges in the past couple of days. When the HPL started, we were looking at weather of what felt like in the 20s, and you all have been absolute troopers to come out and play in that weather. It's all because of you that we are here today, so applaud yourself for your effort. Now the next thing, we've got two powerhouses franchise led by two top-class cricketers in the form of Shayan Jahangir and Jaskaran Malhotra. Shayan, I remember, has put his hands on that trophy in 2018. This would be the first time Jaskaran has a chance to win the championship, and it remains to be seen who takes it. But before we move on, we would like to look at some memories of Houston Premier League for all our live viewers. And with that, we'll move on after the memories with the two captains and get you quick interviews of them. All right, folks, like we said, we've got the first skipper of the big championship final, and there's no better player to have in this position today than Shayan Jahangir himself. He's won HPL with the Houston Stars like 3 years ago. During that time, that was the first time we saw Shayan. He's gone on to play the CPL. He has played for the US national team, and now he's here as the captain of Stallions. First of all, Shayan, how are you feeling overall?
I'm feeling pretty good. It's a finals day. This is what we play cricket for, to be on these kind of events, these kind of moments, and boys and everybody in the management rearing to go.
Awesome. And one thing we did notice is you've got a packed lineup. You guys have been playing together for some time. Shehan Jayasuriya and a lot of other players, they all have. You went to the US Open and you won it. Now coming to the HPL, Kamran and everybody else was amongst the runs. We're wondering, Shayan has been quiet. And you announced it in the semifinal yesterday. So overall, your plans for the final, how's the team looking? Just tell us about that.
Team is pretty confident. The great thing about Stallions X has been the management and what they've done for us. They've given us a lot of confidence and given us the right kind of combination for us. And I think that has really helped us win all these past tournaments. And today we're going to try to do justice for all the faith and trust that they've put in us, and we're going to try to put on a show.
So from your turquoise blue, there are guys in a royal blue over there, the Knight Riders, Jaskaran and co. Your message to them?
Good luck. This is going to be a great tournament. Houston has this rivalry going on amongst the two teams, and I think that's so good for the sport. Majid Bhai has also put in a lot of effort, and Fawad Bhai has also put in a lot of effort for the boys and creating that environment. And I think at the end of the day, the cricket is winning. HPL and all the people who are involved in it, I think you all have done a great job, and I hope we can, both of us combined, put on a show for all the viewers that have been watching and following the tournament.
Thanks a lot to you, Shayan, and thanks to everybody in the Stallions franchise for working with us, for putting up with all our demands. Now, Shayan, I'm going to ask you to line up your team for the march and the anthems, but in the meantime, Brian, it's over to you.
Thank you, Munir. Here with Jaskaran Malhotra. For the one or two of you watching this who may not know who this man is, He is one of a really small group of people who has hit in an international match 6 consecutive sixes in and over. So Jaskaran, what I'm interested in, I'll step away from this tournament and more about your thoughts, given that you are an international player, given that you've represented the U.S., what does a tournament like this mean for cricket development in America?
I think it's very important for all the youngsters involved with all the teams. Munir and the HPL organizers have given a great plan for the youngsters. So rubbing your shoulders with all international players, so it's a great experience for the youngsters, and hopefully they can learn and start competing at the highest level.
In terms of the youngsters, and that's something that's very near and dear to my heart, how much is it important? How important is it for you as a captain to be able to take the youngsters under your wing and show them what it's like to be a professional cricketer?
Yeah, it's very important to guide these youngsters, because when we were young, people used to guide us, our seniors used to guide us. I feel like cricket challenges you not only physically but mentally as well. All you have to do is be honest with yourself and keep working hard, and results do come in your favor.
Fantastic. And then there's this one question about this tournament itself at the end of today, and I won't ask you to say who's going to win, but what would need to go in your favor for you to come out on top?
Stallions X has been playing quality cricket. They're a quality side. And my team has shown a lot of character, which was on display yesterday. It was a very tight game. So hopefully we can do the same today. And we really have nothing planned. It's just a final. Whatever happened in the past, it's gone, as I said at the toss as well. So we're going to try and put our best foot forward, and hopefully we can come on top.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Jaskara. And we're proud of you. We're proud of all of you as cricketers. And thank you all for contributing everything that you've done. So we're going to ask for each of you, both Jaskaran and Cheyenne, to line up your teams on either side here.
So can we please call both the lineups? The youngest member of the squad, come through the red carpet led by Jaskaran and the flag. And Vinay, please come over. We're going to have both the teams come and line up. The Knight Riders on this side and the Stallions on this side. Vinay, let's go. Also get the two umpires, Mr. Owen Brown and Sadiq Koja, and our chief guest, Mr. Yogesh Patel, to please come forward. Yeah, you can keep playing. All right, guys. Eruption by Van Halen and Crazy Train from Vinay. I think it goes with the theme of today's final. It's an eruption and it's a crazy train. Now, may I please request Vinay to play the national anthem, Star Spangled Banner. I don't know about you all, but I personally haven't been in a final where it felt like this, thanks to this man. Woo! Now, can I please request the chief guest and the officials to go and handshake with the players, and then we wrap up the opening ceremony, and then we move straight to the game.
Welcome back to the Prairie View Cricket Complex for the big match. This is the final between the UMMC Knight Riders. Whoa, I'll describe exactly what just happened in a minute. You don't see that happen very often. The UMMC Knight Riders and the Stallions X. Zia-ul Haq is the man with the new ball in his hands, bowling to Naman Anwar. And what you just saw was about the biggest swipe at the ball that you've ever seen. But the ball, or the bat rather, flew out of the hand of Naman Anwar and went towards square leg. Umpire Owen Brown is probably lucky that that did not hit him. And in the meantime, the ball trickles all the way down to deep backward square for a couple. So we're off and running. Not expecting for that to have happened, but all is expected in a cricket match of this magnitude. Now this one going down the leg side. Umpire who I mentioned is at square leg is Owen Brown, the very experienced former hard-hitting batter turned respected umpire, Owen Brown. And then the umpire who you just saw raising his arms to indicate a wide ball is Sadiq Koja. Sadiq Koja operating at the forest end. And once again, Zia-ul Haq with the new ball in his hands. In the meantime, we are blessed to have had probably the best day that you can imagine for a cricket final. The last several days were not like this, as you can probably tell. Zia-ul Haq, former Pakistani U19 international, left arm over the wicket, hits the deck pretty hard and is much quicker than you'd realize. I think you'll see, if you like left arm fast bowling, two of the better left-handed fast bowlers that you'll see in this country, Zia-ul Haq being one. And later on, when the Knight Riders are in the field, you'll see Carmi LaRue, who I've spoken about a number of times so far. So Zia-ul Haq again now in operation. Full toss, looking to York, the batter. And in fact, it went down the leg side. I think, in fact, yes, there is a signal from umpire Sadiq Koja signaling a leg by. A bit of a ragged start, all things considered. But I'll tell you what, this is the finals, and you can expect that any and everything will happen. Happen to be joined here in the commentary area by Munir Majid. Munir, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brian Walters, and a very good afternoon to all the guests and viewers who have tuned in, supporters of Houston Premier League. Zia-ul Haq from the northern end comes in. What a beautiful day, Brian. After all the cold front comes out the sun, and it's nice and warm, about 75 degrees here. I think a couple of days ago, it was a dip of almost 60 degrees from where we are today.
Well, as you know, the first day I had the opportunity to be an umpire, and standing at the southern end of the field with a consistent 35-mile-an-hour wind in your face for 8 hours does not feel very good, but we could not have asked for better conditions today. Zia-ul Haq finding the outside edge of the bat on this occasion, the ball going down to third, deep third, that is Shehan Jayasuriya. So just one ball remaining here in the first over, off and running. 7 without losses already the score. And boy, when I looked at the pitch ahead of time, I thought that this is going to be somewhere around a 160, 170 pitch. It'll be interesting to see how these two capitalize on what I think should be really good batting conditions.
And I think both teams, their top three is where their main strength lies. And Nauman Anwar and Mukhtar are key players. And this one, he tries to pull it, gets a top edge, but it goes in no man's land. They get through for a single. And Brian, we had seen this, that with the new ball, while it's hard and it's shiny, bowlers tend to hit the deck because after 4 or 5 overs, it tends to slow down a bit. And if you're looking to get early wickets and make those inroads, the new ball is key.
The new ball is absolutely key, and if you are Zia-ul Haq, the left armer who can swing it and who also has the variety to go across the right-handed batters, he's a really important cog in the machine. And I think you're absolutely right. In those first couple of overs, that's when you'd want to see them capitalize on those conditions. Because after that, when it stops swinging around, then the batters can play with a lot more freedom. But it doesn't get any easier because bowling from the highway end now is Ehsan Adil. So you have two former Pakistani bowlers in operation. Ziaul Haq played the U19 for Pakistan and then was selected in a couple of Pakistani tours, the senior team. Ehsan Adil is someone who actually played for the national team and is, as you would expect, a very accurate, very canny bowler. Has the height that you'd expect from a good fast bowler too, somewhere around 6'3" or so. Hits the deck pretty hard, but he's also bowling to two gentlemen who I think are naturally aggressive batters.
That looked pretty skiddy. He does pack a punch as he runs in, galloping in from the highway 290 end.
Whoa, he overstepped. Interesting. Didn't catch that live, but now we see umpire Owen Brown signaling a free hit. So going back to, I hate to keep referring to when I was umpiring the other day, but I was the umpire when he was standing he was bowling from my end. And he comes extremely close every single delivery. I'd say within several millimeters of overstepping the crease. So in a match of this magnitude, you have the final with a bit of adrenaline pumping. For me, it's not very surprising that he ended up overstepping on his first delivery.
And mind you, he's running in from just outside that 30-yard circle.
Yes.
That's the longest run-up in this tournament. And he steams in again. He's pretty quick. He's nippy. A lot of steam on that delivery too, Brian.
Oh, boy, if you have the pace as a fast bowler, sometimes the best response to having delivered a no ball that results in a free hit is just to test the middle of the pitch. And that's exactly what he did there. So that tells me a couple of things. Number one, he has the pace to trouble the batters. And then number two, look at how that ball carried through to keeper Shayan Jahangir. He took that up above his head, which tells me that there's a bit of life in this wicket. Not very surprising, and I think also adds to the conversation about that score, that par score being somewhere in the 160, 170 range. So just work down to deep mid-wicket. They'll jog through for a couple.
He's making the batsmen hop on their toes with the new ball. And mind you, he's one of those which are from the class of 2012 under-19 batch that produced so many global stars. Right after playing that World Cup, the under-19 World Cup, he was given a first-class hat. And within 6 months, he was making his test debut for Pakistan in Centurion, where in his first over, the third international ball he bowled, he gets the wicket of who? Graham Smith.
It's a pretty big scalp to have on your resume.
Houston.
An interesting looking field. There's the deep backward square, or in fact deep square leg, and then down at third. So it tells me he's going to be bowling more short than anything else. This one is maybe just a little fuller, short of driving length, and defended back down the wicket. But with third man being where he is, that is Jaskaran Singh Buttar down there, I think. And with that deep square leg in position, those two being the only two allowed outside of the circle, I expect that length is not going to be full. You don't expect for him to give the two batters anything to drive, really. And so from that standpoint, it will be interesting to see how he's able to continue. Yeah, that long run up starting maybe 35 or so yards. And again, hitting the bat very hard. The ball is just defended by Mukhtar Ahmed. Mukhtar Ahmed so far 6 from 8. And Nauman Anwar 3 from 3. Both very aggressive. Maybe I'd give the edge to Nauman Anwar in terms of aggression. But they're both, I think, being made to work very hard here by these two really skillful and experienced opening bowlers for the Stallions X. bang on target again. Just again, short of driving length, not giving these batters any room to be able to drive, and then that line is usually right on that off stump line. So doing exactly what you'd want from your opening fast bowlers. Just one ball remaining here in the second over. Once again, we're playing 20 over matches, so the first 6 overs are deemed to be the power play overs. During that power play, you can only have 2 players outside of the inner circle. As we highlighted a couple of deliveries ago, those 2 players are down at fine leg and third man rather in square leg. Short cut. Oh, I'll tell you what, that's a big piece of fielding right there at backward point. Had that gotten through, that would have gone away for 4 because third man is very straight. And that constitutes the end of the second over. Kind of an eventful over, but at the end of that over, the score is 12 without loss. Welcome back to the Prairie View Cricket Complex. Brian Walters with you. I don't think I introduced myself earlier. This is Brian Walters and Munir Majid, and we happen to be joined by cricket royalty in the form of Mr. Julian Fountain. Julian, good afternoon. How are you? Doing well, and more to the point, Julian, the last couple of days have been absolutely brutal in terms of weather conditions. Temperature in the 40s and 50s, but today, as this is top edged down to deep fine leg for the first 6 of the match. I'll get back to you in just a second, Julian. But I mentioned that I expect Nauman Anwar to be the more aggressive of the 2. He decided to take on the short ball this time from Zia-ul Haq. Genuine top edge. It didn't come off the middle of the bat, but it had enough on it to carry all the way over fine leg for the first 6. So, Julian, for those of us, well, we know you here in the commentary area, but for those who do not know and maybe not aware of your experience and high-level qualifications with the sport, after this delivery, I'd like for you to tell everybody a little bit about your career and what you've done so far. Short again and pulled, well, in fact, he attempted to pull it, but was not able to. Now we're having umpire Sadiq Koja call a no ball, another no ball, the first one being bowled here from Zia-ul Haq. We've already had one from Ehsan Adil. Unfortunately for the Stallions X, the fast bowlers, while they're quick and hostile, don't seem to be able to keep their feet behind that popping crease. So, Julian, once again, let's get through the free hit delivery first, and then I'll ask you a couple of questions. In fact, first of all, I want for you to say, for everybody who doesn't know who you are, exactly what your capabilities and your experience are with cricket. But here's Zia-ul Haq, free hit delivery, good Yorker, right in the block hole for a dot ball. Over to you, Julian. Zia-ul Haq again, very full this time and just guiding this one to backward point. So you seem to speak with experience. Tell us a little bit about that experience. Stroked into the cover is good looking shot for no run. So in addition to having worked obviously throughout this country, but your experience goes much further than that. You've worked and coached in Pakistan, in the Caribbean. In fact, where have you not worked and coached? That's probably a better answer. Or a shorter one. Exactly. Uh-huh. Looking for the Yorker this time. Ended up bowling a low full toss. And it's just punched down to mid-on for a single. That single brings up the end of the second of the 2 overs so far bowled by Zia-ul Haq. The end of the 3rd over overall. The score is 19 without loss.
Houston Premier League 2023 is brought to you by Turmeric Cuisine and Bar, located in Katy, just across from Costco Wholesale.
So Esa Nadil at the top of his mark to begin his second over. The overall score 20 without loss. The Night Riders going at the rate of 6.67 and over. Skied, where's this gone? Keeper calling for it. In fact, taking it backward point. The pace beat Naman Anwar, and he was only able to end up skying it. In fact, my apologies, I believe that's Mukhtar Ahmed. But either way, the pace beat him. Beaten for pace. Esa Nadil really working up ahead of steam and only ending up skying a pretty simple catch. It was in the air forever, but Captain Shayan Jahangir having the confidence, even though he's the one with the gloves, to give the opportunity to backward point to take a pretty simple catch. First
That's
wicket
out.
goes down, the score is 20 for 1.
That's out.
And we know Julian is a man of few words and quite a humble man. So let me add to that introduction. So Julian Fountain has worked with the England national test setup as a specialist coach. He, for a very long duration, was with the Pakistan national team. He has worked with the Bangladesh national team. He has worked with the Thailand national team. Yes, and in the CPL, he's been associated. In the PSL, he's been associated with the Quetta Gladiator setup. So he's been around the block quite a bit in the last 3 decades or so. And another feather in his hat is he also is a professional baseball coach, and he brings both those hybrid skills. Specializes in primarily fielding, but you talk to him about any aspect of the game, and his intellectualism comes through. Is that an apt, or do you need me to go on, Julian?
Well, I'm not sure how I follow that, to be honest. That is super nice of you. The check's definitely in the post. No, it's been a wonderful career so far. Absolutely had a bundle of fun. Cricket's a great game. It's a beautiful, beautiful worldwide game. It's nice to be here to see one of my former players playing Ihsan Adil. It's a lovely young chap, very nice guy, very good bowler.
So, Julian, I tend to think of myself as a very well researched, but I did not pick up that you are the coach of, or former coach of Ihsan Adil. So tell us a little bit about him and what you see right now. Is that what you consistently have seen from him over the years?
So I was coaching Ihsan Adil back in 2012 to 2014 for the Pakistan national team. So he and I would have worked together for probably a couple of years. And then our paths would have crossed again during PSL as well. Very good guy, nice guy, very humble, very talented. I mean, as you can see so far, he bowls a good length. He's seems to be hitting the splice of the bat quite a bit, which is optimum for a fast bowler.
Yep.
He's not giving them anything to drive. And as we saw that wicket, when it's a tricky length, we chip it up.
Whoa, it's a good observation because, we pointed out earlier that given where the two fielders outside of the circle are, you don't anticipate that he's going to give anything drivable. So even when he doesn't test the middle of the pitch, even when he's just bowling a good hard length, it's still incumbent on the batters to try to manufacture runs. And I think that's what Norman Anwar was trying to do, looking to pull something that was nowhere near pulling length, and ended up just skying a pretty simple catch. So I would put it down to good coaching from my end.
No, absolutely. I mean, making a batter hit it when it's on the up is always, always difficult.
Look at this. Skied it. Didn't get all of it. And a long run from the fielder inside the circle at long off, or mid-off. Sprints some 20 or so yards and not able to get all the way back there. But these two batters are trying to break the shackles. You get the sense that they're being tied down by these two really skillful opening bowlers. And end up skying one, doesn't necessarily result in a big shot. In other words, it doesn't go for a 4 or a 6. But they're looking to break the shackles. You get the sense that they're feeling tied down. And it's really hard to sort of get loose from these two really skillful opening bowlers. That's Jaskaran Malhotra as a captain. Interesting that the captain put himself in the number 3 slot today, taking the bull by the horns, looking to take on this really skillful bowling attack. Jaskaran batting at number 4 for the last few games in this tournament so far, but wants to, I think, as captain, make a statement that he wants to essentially grab the bull by the horns, which is, I think, the reason why he would have promoted himself up the order. Psychologically, Julian, what does it give the rest of the team if you see the captain, who's usually batting in the middle order, come up at the fall of the wicket in the second or the third over to sort of make sure that he's able to give his guys the opportunity to see him bat long, potentially?
Well, I think it's always good to see a captain sort of take the bull by the horns and want to take responsibility. And if that's his motive, then that's awesome. That captain sort of attitude of, okay, I will step up to the plate and I will take this game forward. That's a good quality to have in a captain.
That is the end of the over. Score is 24 for 1. Okay, so you and I are probably of similar vintage. So you probably remember in 2004, Test match series between England and the West Indies. If I remember correctly, Steve Harmison knocked us over for around, 50 runs or so in one of the Test matches. And in fact, I was in attendance at the Barbados Test where England beat us inside 3 days. And Brian Lara batted at number 4 in that series. After the Barbados Test where we lost inside 3 days, he grabbed the bull by the horns, came up to bat number 3. You probably remember what happened the next Test match in Antigua.
You put me on the spot there.
400 not outs.
Gotcha. My cricket history can be terrible. I'm so sorry.
Well, I wouldn't say it's terrible. You just have so much of it that you have to go through the filing system in your mind.
Yeah. Well, I mean, certainly, Brian was a good example of someone who would, in adversity, say, right, give it to me. I'm going to go out there and I'm going to do it.
Sure.
We'd like to think that all of us as players all have that attitude that we will step up. Some days it happens, some days it doesn't.
So a new bowler from the Forest End. This is Jaskaran Singh Buttar. Jaskaran Singh is a right arm seamer, maybe a touch below the pace of Zia ul Haq and Ihsan Adil. But I think he's also a very accurate bowler and somebody who doesn't quite hit the deck as hard as the two opening bowlers, but all in all, I would think you've seen this team, the Stallions X, have a really, really good, balanced bowling attack. Good seam bowlers, and you also have the spin that you can see from people like Shehan Jayasuriya, who's primarily a batter but bowls good spin. And overall, just a really solidly built team. And under these conditions, with a good, helpful pitch, I think the seam bowlers can be a handful. And on top of that, when they do switch to spin, they don't exactly lose a lot there either. So 3 dot balls to start his spell here for Jaskaran Singh Buttar. Ball's short and it's pulled. Oh my goodness, that could have been a catch, but it ends up being a 6. That fielder was stationed perfectly at deep backward square leg. He came running in, maybe ran in 3 or 4 yards, and then had to jump for that ball to sail over his head for 6. If he had stayed right in that spot on the ropes, I think he catches that. And it will be interesting. In fact, we happen to be seated next to someone who knows a little bit about fielding in a cricket match. Julian, I'd love to hear your thoughts on what you just saw.
So funny you should say that. That is one of the things that I see a lot of, that the movement. As an outfielder, realistically, you shouldn't move until you are sure of the flight, the trajectory, and the line of the ball.
Very well said. Oh, square drive that goes away for 4. Just for a split second, that fielder at backward point was not able to see where the ball was, and by the time he realized what was happening, the ball had actually gotten past him, and nobody in the deep past third man, so that just becomes another 4. So a 6 followed by a 4. I think your point is more than appropriate, Julian.
So if I can add some sort of meat to that bone, so to speak. If you think about it logically, you as a fielder, you shouldn't move until you have an idea of where the ball is. So for a fielder to automatically take off at a sprint, you know, it is almost crazy. You've got to have an idea of where it's going, and your picture that you're seeing from the outfield is very different to an infielder. You know, you're a lot further away, so it's a lot trickier.
Off the splice of the bat, flying down to deep third. Interesting that they brought the conventional third man inside the rope and then put somebody back as Nitish Kumar at deep backward point. That went to him on 1 bounce. So an eventful over. Could have had a wicket, Jaskaran Singh Buttar, but instead concedes 11 runs. At the end of 5, the score is 35 for 1.
Houston Premier League 2023 is brought to you by Maverick Cricket. Maverick is based in Dallas, Texas, and are the official sponsors of the HPL match ball. Reach out to Maverick for all your cricket gear needs.
So 35 for 1, Mukhtar Ahmed enjoying life after having been given a life. This is Ihsan Adil continuing, and look at Mukhtar Ahmed. Now this is a shot that is played in anger. That is the first shot that has been played off of Ihsan Adil where he offered the opportunity for the batter to go onto the front foot. And Mukhtar Ahmed taking full toll of that elegant inside-out strike over extra cover for the second 6 of the innings. So if you had to tell your former pupil, Julian, what adjustments would he need to make based on that first delivery?
Well, I mean, tactically, you know, he's been pretty good. However, what I would say is it's the length. That length just offered up slightly, and you know, the ball was more put there rather than bowled. If you're going to do it, you've got to bowl your ball. Bowl it hard.
Looking to go big again Didn't time it as well this time and just has it dribbled down to mid-on. That's Shehan Jayasuriya doing the cleanup work. But boy, sometimes when you are given a life as a batter, you start thinking, you know what, maybe this is my day, and you start going for your shots. And you get the sense that that might be what Mukhtar Ahmed is thinking. He's up to 24 from 19 with 1 4 and 2 sixes. And I'll tell you, it does not take very much for him to sort of get his confidence going. His partner at the other end is the captain. Jaskaran Malhotra is 4 from 5. And overall, the run rate is not too bad, actually. A healthy one, 7.94 and over. If they continue along at that same rate, they'll end up with somewhere around 159 as a first inning score. Jaskaran lofts it in the air. That's going to be a 6. Yep, lands maybe a yard over the ropes at long off. So after having bowled 2 overs where there was nothing given to drive to the batters, Ehsan Adil has served up 2 deliveries while not necessarily in the slot, still allowed the batters to come forward and play through the line. And this pitch is such that if you don't get that line or that length right, you can go for runs. So the second 6 of the over, Jaskaran up now to 10 from 6. Score now to 48 for 1. We're halfway through the final over of the power play. I suggest that this next delivery will test the middle of the pitch. Slower delivery this time, and he lofts it in the air. It was lost by the fielder at extra cover, but it doesn't make a difference either way because it still goes away for 6. The third 6 of the over. I don't know that I've ever seen 3 6s in 1 over off of Ehsan Adil. And that brings up the 50. UMMC Knight Riders are off and running, 54 for 1, and there's still 2 balls remaining in the power play. Slow, loopy, half tracker from outside off. Probably not what you'd have coached him to do.
Well, I think, he showed his early tactics, hitting the splice of the bat worked perfectly, as long as his line's good. But he seems to have been trying to just try some things.
Goes back to what worked for him the first couple of overs. Not quite as full, but didn't allow the room for Jaskaran to be able to open up. That was maybe on middle and leg in terms of the line, and just defended into the covers. So boy, the ball's flying all over the park all of a sudden. 1 ball remaining here in the 6th over. And the Knight Riders are off to a quick start. That run rate now up to 9.26. Short, and Jaskaran whips it around the corner. That may have gone for 6. Let's see. Nope, just landed in front of the rope at deep backward square. And that is a 4 to close things out. Really a very expensive over by Ehsan Adil. Wow, 23 runs coming from that over. And at the end of 6, the power play is done and dusted. The score is 58 for 1. Back here at Prairie View, Empire City Coach just signaling the fact that the power play is up. Jaskaran Singh Buttar will be bowling now his 2nd over. First over went for 11 runs, but he very well should have and really could have taken a wicket. with that drop at deep backward square. And so, Julian, as a coach of a good hostile fast bowler, what do you tell a fast bowler who bowled 2 very economical overs and then gets hit for 23 runs in his 3rd over?
Well, to be honest, I think your first question to him would have to be, what did you change and why did you change? You know, what was it you were looking to achieve? He was, you know, that just fractionally short of a length was causing the batters issues. They weren't comfortable. So, you know, stick with it.
Looking to work this one off the legs toward mid-wicket. Not timing it well, but they could run through for a single. And now for the first time, you'll see the matchup of Jaskaran v. Jaskaran. I didn't expect to see that happen very often, but here we are. So for those of you who are listening, who have kids around, kids who are in any way involved with cricket, I think you should listen to this broadcast just for the knowledge that you're able to get from one of the most experienced coaches anywhere in the world, is Jaskaran. Probably losing his shape a little bit there. Big swipe outside off stump. In fact, when he played that shot, his head was pointed exactly skyward. But any opportunity to learn from someone of the caliber of Julian Fountain, please, I do implore you, even if you're not listening live, go back later on and have your kids listen to this, because it's really valuable information that you'll get A, for free, and that B, will help your cricketing knowledge. So Jaskaran v. Jaskaran continues, and this is just defended to mid-on. That's well played, and then cleanup work done there by the fielder, skipping across from mid-wicket. So this over starting out in maybe slightly more sedate fashion than the previous over by Ihsan Adil. Mukhtar Ahmed 25 from 20 with 1 4 and 2 6s. And Jaskaran Malhotra 21 from 11, also with 1 4 and 2 6s. We have raced along to a score of 60 for 1, 3 deliveries into the 7th over. Looking to whip this one away down the leg side. In fact, my apologies, that did not go down the leg side. Just based on where Shayan Jahangir took that ball, it appeared almost like it went down the leg, but the only signal from the umpires is that they're both signaling to each other that there are only 2 balls left in the over. So for those of you who are joining us on the chat and have joined us on the chat for the last several days, welcome. And as usual, if there is an opportunity for you to send along some thoughts or anything that you wanted to discuss or any comments that you'd like to make either about the tournament itself or cricket in general, we'd be only too happy to field those thoughts.
You've all been pretty helpful with your comments this afternoon. Being a small team of volunteers, we've been trying to work through some technical glitches, but it does look we've like this. We have this beast finally under control. We've seen some games in this tournament where there's been a sedate start in the power play, and you both pointed out Jaskaran was batting at number 5 or 6, but being the skipper, he comes in at the fall of first wicket, taking the bull by its horns, and he's batting on 21 of 11.
Oh, lofted in the air, just wide of that fielder backward square for another boundary. And look at this, it is signaled as a no ball. So Jaskaran Malhotra gets a 4, but more importantly, this next delivery, you can expect him to aim for the fences because it will be a free hit. 3 no balls already in, and we're only 7 overs in. And Julian, after this delivery, I'm going to ask you what effect this has on the fielding side when your big bowlers keep overstepping the mark.
Oh,
Here we are. Jaskaran to Jaskaran again. Short. Gone. Oh my goodness, that landed over the ropes at deep mid wicket for a 6. So back to you, Julian. You were saying.
Well, I was about to ask you, tactically, where would you like him to bowl that ball? That wouldn't have been my response, to put it there. I think, as we mentioned previously, extras will bite you in these kind of formats. Last time I looked, the line doesn't move. The line's behind it. It's just a small request. But yeah, I mean, nowadays, with the free hit situation, one step over can really, really stick it to you as a fielding side. What could have been, when you and I were kids, a small mistake could now turn into quite a large mistake. So, if you're out there and you're a bowler and you're practicing, you've got kids who bowl, the line is stationary. When we're practicing, stay behind the line. Spinners do it, quicks do it. It's just discipline. The line doesn't move. It's one of those things. It's just discipline.
So let me ask you this, Julian. Let's say you fast bowlers meticulously measure their run up, and you have the tape, and then you have the little chalk with your initials by it in the outfield. You measure your run up and you sprint in and you deliver a ball, and boom, you get called for a no ball. And maybe you have a quick chat with the umpire. You know what, how far over was I? And the umpire said, yeah, you were 2 inches over. Is it just a matter of, in your mind, at the top of your mark, imagining that line that you marked previously, moving it back 2 inches and then running in? Or how difficult is it, or should it be, to adjust when you've made a mistake by overstepping?
Well, I think physically, as you start to bowl, your body loosens up, you get warmer, everything stretches. I mean, the big thing is that line is stationary. It doesn't move. So you should be aware of the way your body's changing and stick behind the line.
So a new bowler into the attack. This is Waka Salim. For the first time, we have a little bit of spin.
Julian, given your experience from the dugouts, from being inside the thought process of teams, people like commoners like me and Brian don't get to know all this, but we have seen in really crucial moments some top-class bowlers have even overstepped. Pressure does that to humans. What happens inside the dressing room? Do you all actually go back on the drawing board and there are drills that the bowlers are made to do? I guess at that level there's not much you can do. It's just a mindset thing. So you want to give us some insights as a thinking tank? What do you do in those situations when you come back after a loss or one of those incidents that's hurt your team pretty badly?
You're absolutely right. Pressure plays on all of us. We all can be susceptible to a pressure situation. Things like no balls, though. Ooh.
Wow, that went the distance. So previous delivery dropped a little bit short and it was just defended back down the wicket. But this last one was also short of a length, and pounced on by Mukhtar Ahmed for his third 6. Mukhtar Ahmed now up to 33 from 24. That's a better delivery. That's a better length. As a spinner, you don't ever want to bowl anything short, because it doesn't matter if you're bowling spin or off spin, leg spin, googlies, flippers. If you drop it short at that pace, it's going to go the distance. Bowling around the wicket, looking to find the late cuts. Haven't seen very many late cuts played recently, and he's lucky he didn't guide that one into the gloves of Shayan Jahangir. But what a Fast start here by the Knight Riders, scoring at the rate of 10.43 and over. And that is cut away. That may go all the way for 4. That is a lot of work for that sweeper. That is good work. Sprinting some 30 or so yards to his left, and a sliding stop at deep backward point prevents the ball from going to the boundary. So he saves 2 runs for his side. That should be the end of the over. 10 runs coming from it. At the end of the 8th, the score is 80 for 1.
Where we left off, Julian, that topic about the atmosphere in dressing rooms and how do you go about corrective measures when there's some basic things which are not working out at professional level.
Well, I think what I've found in my experience, it depends very much on the mindset of the organisation. It depends on the mindset of the head coach, the coaching staff, the captain, and the governing body, whoever that may be, how they approach it. It starts with discipline. I've been in teams where we've been asked to call no balls in the nets. And I'll be honest, a lot of players hate it. But, if you're happy overstepping in the nets, you'll overstep in the game.
Why would a player hate being called no ball, being called for a no ball in the nets?
I don't know. It maybe it's a fast bowling thing, but everybody. But I mean, in physics, in the terms of physics, that extra millimeter isn't going to help you.
Whipped around the corner, that is going to be right to that field at deep backward square, though. By the way, the new bowler in now is Shubham Ranjani. That was his second delivery and conceded his first run. I completely agree with you that it's psychological, because even if you step back, I don't know, a foot is not going to make that much of a difference. If I'm bowling at 90 miles an hour, there are millimeters of a difference in terms of when the ball gets to the batter. So it certainly has to be more psychological than actual. Oh, that's a good delivery, good line drawing Mukhtar Ahmed forward, and his tentative poke is missed as the ball goes through to the keeper.
Well, to be honest, you've stolen my thunder there, because that's exactly what I was going to say. Is you don't go from bowling, high 80s, low 90s, to suddenly bowling at 100 miles an hour if you're 1 millimeter over the line. I hate to break it to you, but there is no difference.
Literally no difference. Worked into the onside. They might be able to get 2 here if they run hard, and yet they do get 2. So this is good cricket. Not only is this pair scoring heavily in terms of 4s and 6s, but you love to see the commitment, sprinting, running the first one hard, and putting the pressure on the fielding side.
Besides the thunder that you talk about, Julian, I was hoping for some explosives. Alex Ferguson from Manchester United, in his heydays, the hairdryer treatment comes to mind, but you've played it so diplomatically and played that one so well. But yeah, in principle, I think the points you hit upon, especially the net practice that youngsters do. We see a lot of coaches also when they're training at indoor facilities or in the nets. No balls, even in nets, are like a foregone conclusion. No one's looking over them. And then we expect these bowlers to go in matches from a young age to go and not bowl no balls. So unless there's something that's broken and you want to fix it, it won't fix itself. So Julian hit the nail there.
Well, I think it's like anything. Practice makes perfect. And if you practice, an incoherent method, if you practice something that's not quite right, it will show up in a game.
That concludes the 9th over. 86 for 1 is the score. The UMMC Knight Riders, after having been asked to bat, are absolutely taking advantage of that opportunity. They're scoring at the rate of 9.56 runs and over. Earlier, Munira had said that this looked like a 160-170 pitch. At this scoring rate, and I won't play our guessing game today, At
think
the
we
score.
should. Given how popular it's been with our
You wanna play
live
it again?
viewers, we're gonna definitely delve into it in a
All
little
right.
bit from
Well,
now.
All right. Well, then I'll reserve the comment I was about to make then. And let's throw the carrot out there once again. What over do we want to have as the line of demarcation?
All right, let's see. So at over number 9, at the end of 9 overs, we are at 86 for 1. And this is going to be a big one. This is going to be a piece of memorabilia that you do want to hold on to.
Yes.
Over number 15, Brian?
Over 15. That works.
Guess the score at the end of over 15.
And the number of wickets.
And the number of wickets. The first qualification scenario is you have to get the number of wickets right. The second, the number of runs. The ones who are closest based on those two scenarios will get match ball from this innings signed by the fielding captain, Shayan Jahangir. How about that?
Wow. That is a big one. That one makes me want to get in on the action.
There are big stakes on the line inside. And now for you viewers, about 100 of you, there are big stakes for you also who are watching it live. As this one takes an outside edge. And Brian, talking of the pitch, yesterday, I think when we saw that first game, it was a low-scoring affair, 131 all out, I think, in the first innings, and it was chased on the last delivery. This
Bang,
one,
that's gone for 6. Oh my goodness, that is a big hit. Just dragging that from our perspective, looks like he dragged it from outside off stump, but he's facing an off spinner. So any amount of turn is into the leg side or toward the leg side, and he just elevated it. And there is, unfortunately, unless these boundaries were 100 yards, nobody was going to catch that.
true. And my train of thought before that ball was that we shouldn't go by that first game, the 131 all out. In the afternoon game, we saw 225 runs being scored.
Yep.
So, again, he tries the same shot, gets an under edge. I think the Knight Riders are tasting blood at this point. They're going at almost 10 and over with 9 wickets in hand. That 225 from yesterday could be breached if they go at this rate. But, yeah, leaving that game aside, I think this is that kind of a wicket. You can expect 200 runs also. A lot of things in 220 depend on your intent.
Completely. That is swept away. Deep square leg is in possession. That's a good piece of fielding and limits the damage just to 1 run. And so with a score of 94, and I won't say anything about a prediction, but let's just say that my read of the pitch being a 160, 170 pitch, that might have been very much undercooked. And at the end of the over, that was just a single, so 95 for 1. After we come back from a short break, I'm going to ask Mr. Fountain why he was rapidly doing the run, 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 run signal. We'll be right back.
Turmeric Indian Cuisine and Bar, located in Katy, is a new establishment. They are the proud title sponsors of Houston Premier League 2023. Reach out to Turmeric for all your catering needs and go and check out their new location. We are extremely thankful to the team at Turmeric for sponsoring Houston Premier League and delivering hot lunches for every one of us every single day. Thank you to Turmeric and team. We are back live now. Halfway mark in this innings, over number 11 coming up. Brian made some interesting observations in the last over as the next delivery is bowled. Nudge to the onside for a single. Nice line and length in line with the stumps. So, Brian and Julian, you had an interesting exchange going on in the last over.
Julian, I couldn't help. My interpretation of that action was that you were saying, would you please sprint that first run hard? Is that what you were saying?
Well, it's actually, I was doing a couple of things. there were 2 different things going on there. One was a bowling thing, and
All right.
the other one was a running between the wickets thing. So, I mean, that batter showed his intent there, you know, taking that ball from outside off stump hard.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Jaskaran Malhotra. Wow. A huge 6 over the head of Jaskaran Singh Buttar down at long on. And unfortunately, we may be delayed because that ball went for a ride about 100 yards away. Boy, Jaskaran Malhotra now up to 40 from 18 with 2 4s and 4 6s. So his foot is on the gas, as you would expect when he brought or promoted himself up the order. He had a certain specific intent. And that intent, I think, was to stamp his class on the proceedings. And I think he's in the process of doing just that.
At the topic of Jaskaran, I'll come back to it after this next delivery. That's more, I think, at least the length he wants to bowl. Don't give him anything that's even near a half volley.
No.
Hit the deck, let it rise and hit the splice of the bat. That's where you want to keep it. Half volleys are going to disappear, and we don't want our volunteers running in with a box of balls every other over or so. We're short-staffed from that point of view. It might come down to Brian, Julian, and myself at this rate.
Maybe we'll draw straws to see who gets to run out there with the extra box of balls.
We might start underarming balls from outside the fence. But coming back to the topic of Jaskaran, the point I was arriving at, I've known him personally for a very long time, and a lot of us do. Well, the most important trait about Jaskaran is his mental toughness. A big final, he's been batting at 5 and 6, promotes himself to number 3 as the next ball comes in. There you go again. This time he slows it down, rolls his wrist, and that back spin on the ball that he imparted, that causes it to jump and hit the batsman on the gloves. That's what you want to do. You cannot just run in and keep bowling mindless deliveries into that block hold. Not even the block hold. In fact, the half volley, it just perfectly sets up for somebody like Jaskaran. So, yeah, the topic of Jaskaran, it's literally a trait you've seen with the likes of people like Imran Khan, MS Dhoni, big finals, taking the onus upon themselves, coming up in the batting order, as this one has been hit down the ground for a single. He's also someone who's very, very confident in his abilities.
Well, that is the end of the over. At the end of 11, the score is 104 for 1. So, gentlemen, we have our first official guess. It looks like only one person is playing this game so far. And I'd like to think that more of you will... Look, if we get no more guesses, then Justin Briggle, is the one who is going to win. As of right now, he guesses, how about 150 for 2 after 15 overs? 150 for 2. That would be in the realm of possibilities. I don't know. In fact, I'll withdraw comments on whether or not I think that's close to being accurate. Saki Mohammed is chiming in. Saki Mohammed, now here's a question. Do we just give it to Saki just because of everything he's done for cricket in the U.S. and in Houston? Saki, we'll toss that question around among ourselves. But in the meantime, Saki says 145 for 1 in 15 overs.
Julian, putting you again on the spot, let me ask you this. At the topic of pitches and what we can expect from this wicket, what would your definition be of an ideal or a perfect T20 wicket? With the new ball, what it should do, what kind of total is exciting for the audience? There are two different schools of thoughts. Some love that purist approach of ball and bat and equal fight, and there's scores of 130, 140, which are hard to defend at times, but also hard to chase. And then there are some who love those 220, 200 plus scores. Which school of thought you belong into?
I mean, to be honest, my opinion of wickets has always been that a wicket should have bounce in it. It should make bowling and batting interesting. A good player should be able to cope with it. But I mean, both batters and bowlers, they're not massively keen on horrible flat decks.
Yeah. In the meantime, this is Zia ul Haq, who's in for his third over so far. 2.2 overs, one for 18 or none for 18. Bowled very well with the new ball. Of course, he's now bowling in a completely different situation. He's bowling to two batters who are very well set. Mukhtar Ahmed, one away from a 50, faced 41 balls. Jaskaran Malhotra, even more aggressive, has only faced half that many balls, but he's 42 from 20 with 2 4s and 4 6s. Now bowling to Mukhtar Ahmed. Short delivery. That might have been called a wide. Nope. Umpire Sadiq Koja is comfortable with the height. Oh, in fact, no, there is a signal. It is a wide, and it's a wide based on the fact that it was over the batter's head in a normal standing position. So for you young cricketers, just because a ball flies over the batter's head isn't necessarily what makes it a wide. What does make it a wide is the umpire at square leg has to determine based on that batter's normal standing position as opposed to in his stance if it went over his head. Another short, quick delivery. But that is a no ball. He overstepped again. So yet another no ball and yet another free hit coming up.
Free hit.
And boy, if I were one run away from a milestone, in this case a 50 for Mukhtar Ahmed, this is such a wonderful present to receive because I get to swing for the fences to try to get to my 50, and I cannot be dismissed, at least not under normal circumstances, with the exceptions that we all know. But here is the delivery that, in theory, would take Mukhtar Ahmed to his 50. Bang! Straight to mid-on. Look at this. Make that mid-off, I'm sorry. But that is well fielded by Ehsan Adil at mid-off. It was hammered very, very flat and hard. And it got to him so quickly that they were not able, that batting pair, to convert it into a run. So a very exciting dot ball of all things. And Zia-ul Haq is going to have to make sure that he doesn't overstep again. He's done that a few times now.
You rarely see a dot ball with that much action.
Right. Well, that is a great delivery. But in defending it into the offside, that does bring Mukhtar Ahmed to his half century. So a great start to the innings for Mukhtar Ahmed. That score now moving up to 109. But I'll tell you what, exactly as you just said, Munir, that's a whole lot of activity for no runs that we just saw.
When you look at that innings by Mukhtar, 50 of 44 deliveries, you would think in about 12 overs, they're hovering around 85, 90 runs. Yep. The fact that they've breached 100 is all due to Jaskaran, who has just exploded since he come on.
That is a great delivery. He's bowled a couple of really good Yorkers, I have to say. And by Owen Brown, just having a bit of a look. Not exactly sure what that conversation was about. Don't know if he was in some way indicating that Zia-ul Haq might have been running into the danger area. Not exactly sure, but either way, this should be the last delivery of the 12th over. Another very full straight and a diving attempt by that fielder at extra cover, not able to prevent the single. So Jaskaran moving on with that single to 43. Overall score now at 110 for 1. That is the end of the 12th. And we have a couple more guesses, gentlemen. Arsh Arora thinks the score will be 138 for 3 in 15 overs. Bhavik Desai is probably playing a different game. He wants to say it's going to be 240 in 20 overs. Bhavik, if you're guessing what the score is going to be at the end of the innings, that's actually not a very bad guess. And based on the way that they're setting up, that's certainly within the realm of possibilities. Now, if you're trying to play the game that we're playing, we're guessing the score after 15 overs. So if you want to give us another guess, you have another. When are we cutting off the guesses?
Over number 13. So
we're cutting off the guesses in the next 6 deliveries. So get those guesses in. Bhavik Desai, if you want to guess again, we'll be happy to hear it. Ruben LaRue thinks that after 15 overs, the score will be 143 for 1. Ruben, I do have to ask, you have the same last name as probably my favorite bowler in this entire tournament. Number one, because I think he's the best pace bowler on display. Number two, as a former recovering left arm pace bowler myself, I'm I'm partial to that exact skill. So if you can tell me whether or not you're related to Carmi LaRue, it would be very helpful. And I refuse to say whether or not it will help us in the decision to award the present at the end of the guessing period. But let's just say it wouldn't hurt.
When we first saw glimpses of Carmi LaRue's, when he was announced by UMMC Knight Rider setup, all of us unanimously put our money on him as our favorite fast bowler in the tournament.
Oh, yes.
Young, tall, left arm. Would be looking forward to seeing him. And this one.
Oh! Put him down. You don't want to ever drop a catch in any version of cricket or any circumstances. But on balance, coach, that was not one of the more difficult catches that I've ever seen.
No, you'd have expected that to stick. My professional opinion is he went at it slightly incorrectly. He went little fingers together, elbows down. Personally, I would have preferred him to go the opposite way, so thumbs together, fingers up. And then even though the ball was dipping down, he would have still been able to ride down with it.
Full toss, squeezed off the outside edge, down to Zia ul Haq at third man. And we have our answer. Ruben LaRue says, yes, my boy. You must be absolutely proud, Ruben, as someone who is watching this game from the commentary box. It is absolutely pleasing to see your boy in action. And in the very first match in this tournament, I happened to have been standing as an umpire from the end that he was bowling at. And he told me that I am his good luck charm because every single over that he bowled from my end, he took a wicket. So for whatever that's worth. But it's really good to know that. And thanks for producing such a wonderful cricketer. Short and cut. It's going to stay in the air for a while, but doesn't carry all the way down to deep point. It's an interesting looking field. There's a conventional third man, and then there's also a deep point. So I'm wondering if the plan, coach, is to bowl short and wide outside off stump. Could that ever be the plan? Is that a plan that you'd be comfortable with? Let me ask you that.
Well, you got to make him play.
Yeah.
You know, personally, I'm sticking to that good line, challenging length.
Bang! Oh, what a shot. What an absolutely brilliant shot. For me, the shot of the day. Just inside out, over cover. No way the sweeper out there on the boundary could have gotten to that. And a couple of bounces and goes away for 4. What an absolutely brilliant shot from Mukhtar Ahmed.
It came across as almost an inside-out scoop because it was such a full delivery. It seemed like he was pulling out a scoop of ice cream from a bucket. And at the topic of Ruben and Carmi, it's a sweet gesture.
It's a no ball. Wait, did we just see no ball signaled? I'm sorry, go ahead. I might have missed that. I don't think it was. I just saw umpire Sadiq Koja with his arm outstretched. Probably was not calling no ball, though. So we'll follow up on that in a second. Full driven into the covers. I'm sorry, Munir. Finish with your thoughts.
Also, something interesting I noticed apart from those two fielders is they've got 2 or 3 very fine fielders inside the ring. That square leg and fine leg, if we'll try to show it through this, they're both inside the circle. And there's a short third man and only that one fielder on cover. Besides that, everyone is back. So those 4 typical fielders you see is there's a mid-wicket sometimes, but they've got those 2 behind the wicket. Yeah, there's an interesting bowling plan developing against Jaskaran. Remains to be seen how it materializes. Hasn't worked so far, and it won't work if you're just bowling full tosses. But
look at that!
It did work.
Jaskaran Singh Buttar wins the battle of the Jaskarans, a rank full toss that Jaskaran Malhotra banged away that any other day would have gone for 4 or 6.
That's
But
out.
on this occasion finds the fielder deep
That's out.
extra cover. So the second wicket goes down. All of a sudden, the captain, I think, who did the right thing in promoting himself, but he perishes courtesy of a good low catch in the deep by that fielder deep extra cover.
It
Score is
almost-
now 118 for 2.
It felt like we were in the death overs with those two fine fielders, and the bowling line and length was also just full and straight. Bowled those low full tosses. When it came out of the hand, I thought it's gonna probably hit somewhere around the middle of the bat, but it was a low full toss, and that brought Jaskaran's downfall. Just bottom edged it almost at the toe end of the bat, went straight to that sweeper cover. So one thought was, Mr. Rubin, your son, of course, to you is a sweet boy, and as you say, yes, my boy. He has been traumatizing batters in this tournament. They don't share the same notion as you do, obviously.
No.
And I think he's going to be one big threat because it does look like the Stallions are chasing a big total. They cannot afford to see off the new ball and just let Carmi do his thing. They have to come after him, and that's going to be a mouth-watering contest, Brian and Julian.
Oh, my goodness. Ruben also wants to know if I'm going to stand as umpire the next innings. Probably not. I don't think. First of all, I'm nowhere near the umpire that either Owen Brown or Sadiq Koja is. And secondly, I enjoy this game sitting right here in the commentator's booth. Ruben, I'm not going anywhere. So what do you think about this? Look who has come in at 2 down. It is Ali Sheikh, the U21 player, solid all-rounder, and reverse sweep. Interesting choice of shots there.
He, to me, Brian, was the player of that semifinal yesterday. The way he bowled and the way he batted under a pressure situation. Youngster, he's almost 20 years old. Interesting. The script is very clear. Just Mukhtar bat through the innings, and
Yep.
he's been knocking it around. Everyone else who's coming in is going after the bowling from the word go.
Wow.
That's going to be a wide delivery. They obviously have seen that semifinal yesterday, and they saw what Stallions did on that track. Cheyenne Jahangir ticked off. They scored 225. They do not want to leave. And there we go.
Bang!
It's a
That's
big
gonna be
hit. It's coming to the commentary box. It comes straight into the Stallions dugout. Stallions coach Amir did the cleanup there, catching the ball and returning it back. And a statement 6 from Mukhtar.
Wow. Coach, going back to the wicket, and I'll ask you a question after this delivery. That's a good ball. It's driven down the ground for a single. Going back to the wicket, it was a very flat shot that went all the way, carried to the fielder on the boundary. What can you tell kids who are learning cricket about fielding on the boundary when the ball is coming to you at that trajectory, where it's not sort of lofted up in the air, but when it's flat coming toward you?
Well, definitely any kind of catching or fielding, there needs to be some give behind you. You need to be in a decent, solid position, and when that ball hits you, it's coming hard. So there has to be a bit of shock absorption. I mean, any of those flat balls, again, whether it's on a bounce or whether it's a flat catch, you know, that ball's traveling.
Yes.
It carries some weight, and you should expect that and train for that.
Ali Sheikh gets off the mark. Just a single down to mid-wicket. In the context of things, this is actually not a bad over. Only 9 runs coming from it so far. And in fact, that is the end of the over. 127 for 2 after 14. So our wager was, what was it? We were going to stop the guessing after the 13th over. Okay, so officially, okay, maybe we haven't typed cutoff yet, so maybe the cutoff should be after the 14th. So as of right now, we have cut off the guesses. In fact, we should probably type something along those lines, so we'll make it official, and then we'll tabulate the scores and go to the organizing committee, etc., to see who wins. Karen Knight thinks the Knight Rider is going to win. Ali Sheikh gets one off the splice, catchable, and that is a good, well-judged catch at deep mid-wicket. So Ali Sheikh coming in, looking to play his shots. That ball maybe rushed on him a little bit more than he was expecting, and it was lofted toward mid-wicket. Didn't make the contact that he wanted to, and a good sliding catch in the deep. That is the end of Ali Sheikh's stay at the crease. He goes for 1 from 3 balls faced. The overall score now is 127 for 3.
My stint as a commentator, Brian, has almost been like a maze or a field of landmines. I've been avoiding jinxing things for players out in the middle. Just appreciated how much we liked Ali Sheikh yesterday.
Yes.
And he departs for 1 of 2 deliveries. Even for the Unmukh Chand back-to-back hundreds, we had to play the guessing game but never arrive at the conclusion. I'm going to refrain from calling out my favorite players. Ruben, I sincerely apologize if Carmi has a bad spell today.
I'm sorry, bad spell or not, and I doubt that he'll have a bad spell, but even if he goes 4 overs, none for 85, I'm good to see him as my favorite bowler in this tournament. I just absolutely love the way he bowls. Hostile, quick, swings it, all the skills that you'd ever imagine or that you'd need in a good fast bowler. In the meantime, the new batter is Musaddiq Ahmed. So this is worked around the corner for a single. Ehsan Adil with the pickup at short fine leg. Make it short backward square leg. So a bit of the momentum taken out of the chase with the dismissal first of the captain Jasker, not the chase, I'm sorry, of the innings. With first the dismissal of Jasker and Malhotra and now Ali Sheikh. But don't forget that Mukhtar Ahmed is still at the crease, 63 from 51. And this is swept down to that fielder, deep square leg. Good field placement. And so just another single.
I'll tell you what. With that last wicket of Ali Sheikh, so many of you are now sitting on the bleachers. 3 wickets down, so all of you who said 1 or 2 are out of the equation. We have got 2 players now contesting in this little game we are doing. It's Arsh Arora, who said 138 for 3, and Sana Hazraji, 146 for 3.
Where is that gone? Skyer. And
Actually, number 4 might...
Oh
okay,
my
you both stay in the game.
goodness.
Lucky you.
oh my goodness. And you know we're going straight to Coach Julian Fountain for this one. Coach, short extra cover, ran around in a bit of a circle and then ended up not even touching that ball as it landed. Your thoughts?
I mean, to be fair, that was a little of a tough one. It was up pretty high, and the wind was probably moving around a little bit, and he had to take it behind him. So, yeah, I'll forgive him slightly.
Oh, look at that!
Yeah,
That is a brutal, brutal strike. Coach, I do have to tell you.
you're not catching that one.
No, you're not catching that one, first of all. But for the previous delivery, I thought you'd have been a lot harsher than you ended up being.
Oh, trust me, I'm harsh. I'm very, very, very harsh. Incredibly harsh. But
I can tell you he can be that. But interesting thing is, Arsh it looks like he's taking the cake. Sana is still like 10 runs shy. Arsh is just 2 runs shy.
Okay.
And a match ball signed by Cheyenne going to Sana would have been the perfect fairy tale.
Very
a final.
interesting.
But Arsh spoils the party.
Full and driven away through the covers. A man at deep extra cover makes a few yards to his left to limit the damage to 1. That is the end of the over. Saki. 137. So Arsh, I do have to say, I am highly, highly impressed. 138 for 3 was your guess. And the score after 15 is 137 for 3. I don't think you can get any closer than that without getting it bang on target. So congratulations to you, sir. Okay, why are you apologizing? Unless you somehow got a time machine and skipped ahead 30 minutes. So look at this. Coming back into the attack, the last over that he bowled, he was treated very rudely. But a champion fast bowler, I think, always has the ability to come back. So let's see if Esa Nadil is able to turn his fortunes around. The last over that he bowled went for 23 runs, if I remember correctly. He's now being asked to do something different. This is driven down the ground. Bowling, of course, during the non-power play overs, so there is protection in the deep. So immediately, coach, you see him switch his length and bowl a very, very full line or full length that was driven back down the ground. It was almost a Yorker length delivery. So with the protection in the deep, that's always an option.
No, absolutely. I mean, you know, as with all aspects of this game, attention to detail. He's got his field set well, keeping that ball up, keeping the line tight. Just make the batter play a shot.
Again, very full. Driven into the short extra cover region for a single. So Esa Nadil, of course, in the first couple of overs, hit the deck hard, hitting the splice of the bat for most of those first 2 overs. In the third over, lost the plot a little bit and went for several runs. But starting out well here in this, his 4th over, only conceded 2 singles so far from those first 2 balls. Now bowling to Mukhtar Ahmed. Mukhtar Ahmed is 72, not out from 55, with 2 4s and 6 6s. Scoop shot. Oh, what a stop by that fielder at short, fine leg. No question that he just saved 3 runs for his side. That was traveling. And a good, strong dive to his right. Didn't field it cleanly. Frankly, didn't need to, because all he did was stop it from getting by him. And when it didn't get by him, even though they did run through for for a single run, that certainly prevented a 4. So still 3 runs from the over so far, 3 singles. Very easily could have been 2 singles and a boundary, and now this is struck down to deep extra cover. That is going to be, it's a good piece of fielding. Well, all of a sudden, I thought that I would have been the best former Houston Cricket League player on display today. But that went by the wayside because all of a sudden, a man who has represented the United States of America and recently the over 50s USA players in Barbados, where I was happy to have been asked to lend color to those proceedings, has come into the commentary area. This is struck outside edge, going down to third man for a single. Rafi Kazi, I know that you're not like the commentating type, but I'm going to ask you a question or two. How are you?
Thanks, Brian. Great to see you guys. Great tournament over here. And so it's wonderful to be here and see such an amazing talent actually on display. So no, it's a pleasure to be here, and thank you for having me over here.
So Rafi, when you played, well, you still played, but when you were, let's say, a younger vintage of Rafi Kazi, standing into a former Pakistani opening bowler, what would your your approach be if you're facing somebody who can either pitch it up by your face or have it yarking your toes? What would your approach be? What's your mentality going in to face such a bowler?
I would wear really loose pants so no one can see my legs shaking.
You are underselling yourself, sir. That is the end of the over. I believe the score is now 142 for 3. 142 for 3 after 15. I make that after 16. So they're scoring at the rate of 8.88 runs and over. At that same rate, that puts them somewhere around 178. But they have 7 wickets in hand with 4 overs to go. I would have to think that they would be going for leather here coming in the next several deliveries. So 24 balls remaining. I would have to think that they'd be targeting somewhere around another 45 or 50 runs. Can they do it? That remains to be seen. Ehsan Adil is bowled out. Shubham Ranjane has 1 remaining. And it'll be interesting to see when they bring back Zia ul Haq, who still has 1 remaining. So a lot of permutations coming. This is struck very nicely down the ground to deep extra cover for a single. Rafi, looking at the pitch ahead of time, I was thinking that it was about a 170 wicket. This pair at the wicket now, even though the main destroyer so far, Jasker and Malhotra, is already out. A couple who are there now, including Mukhtar Ahmed, is on 74. 74 from 57 balls faced. If you are an opening batter and you played high up in the order when you played, I keep saying when you played, you still play, but your mentality as somebody who's been there forever, do you say, you know what, I want to bat through the innings and have the others be aggressive around me? Or do you say, I've been here the longest, I'm seeing the ball best, let me take the attack to the opposition? What would your thought be?
See, I think it all depends what kind of game you're playing. I mean, if you're playing a 45 or 50 over game,
Sure.
then as an opening bat, you have a defined role, a set role that the management or the captain would tell you, hey, you know, I want to see you bat for 45 overs or 50 overs, and we want to have the rest revolve around you. But at a certain point, if you are there after a certain number of overs, it is your responsibility to really, get the run rate going. Because, the reason why you're there is because you want to make sure that the team can score the maximum number of runs. So it all depends. I mean, 2020 is different. 2020, both sides have to start playing. But you don't necessarily, one of the things that I'm seeing is, and I'm actually very impressed with some of the players, they're playing proper cricket shots. They're not just slogging. And I think the success of 2020 players, especially top order, has to be where they play proper cricket shots.
There is always room for proper cricket shots, regardless of the format of the game that we're playing. Now, we are now at the point where there are only 20 deliveries remaining. Make that 19 deliveries remaining. The score is 146 for 3. At this stage, is it that anybody who gets out, the next person who's coming in has to play himself in as he's walking across the outfield because he's swinging for the fences and there's at least 6 wickets in hand?
Well, that's what I think they should be doing that outside right now.
That is a great delivery, good Yorker. And good piece of fielding overall there, and all of the good elements of a good fielding side there. Coach, I just saw somebody take a shot at the stumps at the non-strikers end, and I saw a good piece of backing up.
Yeah, Brian, when you and I used to play, the standard of fielding, is from what we were doing during our days versus what it is now, it's just night and day.
It's not even close. Absolutely not close.
You know, we're getting ready for the Masters over 50s World Cup.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to be leaving here on March 2nd.
Mm-hmm.
for South Africa. And one of the things that's being emphasized for our team is our fitness and fielding.
I will tell you, and Coach, I'm going to get back to you in just a second. I'll tell you that from the perspective of someone who was in Barbados watching the team play, there is no question that the USA team stood out just in terms of fitness alone. Forget cricketing ability, but just the levels of fitness that this team demonstrated was so superior to any of the other teams. And I'm not just saying that because I'm wearing a red, white, and blue shirt. It just to play like what 4 45 over matches in the space of 5 days is insanity to me. When we played, and I'm playing in the Houston Cricket League, I played a 40 over match on Sunday. I wasn't good to walk until like Thursday. This is lofted in the air, deep square leg. That is a great catch. Oh my
Excellent
goodness.
catch.
That is a fantastic catch. In fact, now, Coach, I am going to come to you. Talk us through that catch that we just saw.
I'd love to, but I couldn't quite see it. So,
That's out.
so I
That's
would be
out.
lying if I gave you a breakdown on it.
That's out.
Well,
That's out. That's out.
Every single catch seems to have gone around that
That's
corner.
out.
I've gotten into
That's
the habit
out.
of improvising. Just like yesterday, we had
That's out.
50 people blocking the commentary box.
That's out.
And me and Brian were just making stuff up.
That's out.
We're going to admit it now.
That's out.
If you listen to yesterday,
That's
it's
out.
not happening accurate.
That's out.
You know, we've said that for years that commentators make stuff up.
that was a low blow. That was absolutely a low blow. I'm
Good to hear it confirmed, though.
Because we are not professionals, we don't have any contracts to.
yeah.
We can speak the truth here. No diplomacy involved in the Houston Premier League. We call it as we see it.
And long may that continue.
We don't see it.
So let me start naming names then.
No, let's not do that. That'd be a bad idea. Going back to our YouTube comments, Saki Mohammed, Jaskaran messed up my guess. Yeah, I think because of what Jaskaran did, Saki, you were out of the running pretty early. And let's see. Arsh thinks that anything above 180 is a difficult chase. I would not disagree with that because 180 in a final is probably similar to about 200 in a group stages match. You have all of the different elements at play. You have the pressure of who's going to get the cup and all of those other elements that you would not ordinarily think would be an issue.
You know, Brian, I was also just browsing through those comments, and again, one thing came to my mind, and I'm again treading that fine line, and I wouldn't nail what I'm trying to say, but the 2018 HPL final, a total of 240 was reached against the Knight Riders
Wow.
by a certain batsman. Sana would know whom I'm talking about. I'm not taking any names. I just would not jinx it for anyone. I'm trying to remain as neutral as possible, but anyone wanting to dig in more can go and look at the stats of HPL from that 2018 final at Paul Rushing Pond.
And we will not say any names lest we put the commentator's curse on anyone. In the meantime, Musadiq Ahmed and Mohammed Mohsin are the two at the crease, both relatively new. And so the scoring rate has fallen off in the last few overs. Loopy, slow delivery, just lofted down to long on. Make that, let's call it cow corner for a single. So they were going at the rate of 9 and over for a long time, but now the overall run rate has slowed down to 8.38. More specifically, in the last 5 overs, they've only scored 30 runs. So toward the back end of the innings where you'd like to be accelerating, they're actually decelerating the Knight Riders. And so if we're scoring this as the boxing match, the last few rounds have certainly gone the way of the Stallions X. Dot ball to Mohamed Mohsin. Mohamed Mohsin, really handy cricketer, strikes the ball fearsomely as a left-hander, and then bowls good quality leg spin, good quick leg spin, and also bowls some off spin. So he's a type of person who you certainly want to have in your lineup, and it will be interesting to see when he chooses to go big towards the back end of this innings. Doesn't have a lot of time left, and he's only scored so far 1 from 2.
Yeah, I had the privilege to face him in the nets. Mohsin, exceptional bowler.
Oh, no question.
He's played for. He was part of the PSL.
Yes.
Amazing gentleman, also.
I would agree with all of that. The other thing is, so Rafi, you didn't know this, when I showed up here thinking that I'd just be in a nice warm booth commentating, the very first day they had me umpire. So I was umpiring. He was bowling from the end that I was standing at. And just being able to see, in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, if this is a leg spinner, I want to be a lefty. There's no way. You cannot hit him. It's going every single direction. And that ball is turning. Number one, it's turning both ways. And number two, he bowls that leg spinner at pace.
Yep.
So he's a really difficult bowler to face. And again, with the bat, he also hits a really good long ball. So that is the end of 18. Only 2 overs remaining. The score is 151 for 4.
So in the nets, I was there and I was getting some help from him while I was helping. I was trying to practice my leg spins, and he came and he was trying to coach me.
Okay.
And then I think after around 15 minutes, he said, "Why don't you just stick to your batting?"
Whipped away behind square. That's going to be a 4. So back in to bowl is Zia ul Haq, and I was wondering when they were going to bring him back on. He has 1 over remaining, and the first ball off that over, bowling the 19th over, the lefty gets it just a little too straight. Looking here at the replay, that ball's going down the leg side. From that angle over the wicket, you want the ball to be going outside off. Anything on middle and leg, you make it easier for the batter to get inside the line and whip it away over square, over backward square for 4. So that's an expensive start to the over. Struck down the ground. I'll tell you what, it's going to run away for 4 more. Nope, my apologies. Pulled back by the fielder running across from long on, but it's a curious field, a curious combination of field and delivery. Because if you have mid-off inside the circle, I'm curious why you're bowling that length. Coach, you're nodding furiously.
I was thinking exactly the same.
Left arm over the wicket again. Full toss launched toward my house in Austin. My goodness, that ball landed clear in the other field. At least the theoretical other field right now is just weeds and dirt. A huge 6. And we're at the stage of the innings, I think, where anything that is slightly loose is going to go. So 12 runs from 3 deliveries already coming from Zia ul Haq. And again, coming from Zia ul Haq, who is a former U19 international for Pakistan, but he didn't show it on that occasion. A full toss, once again, from that left arm over angle, which was aimed toward middle and leg. And any batter with a license would like to cash in on those types of deliveries. So all of a sudden, Musadiq Ahmed racing ahead to 19 from 13 with 1-4 and 1-6. Short delivery. A good pace bowler always has that in the back of his mind. Bangs that one in short and sails over the attempted pull. Musadiq Ahmed pleading in vain for umpire Owen Brown to call that wide. I'm not sure exactly why when it passed him, probably shoulder height. Only 2 balls remaining here in the 19th. Score of 163 for 4. Another short delivery, and it's helped behind square. Not a whole lot of contact on that, but enough for them to steal a single. So this is an interesting matchup for me. Apologies. Zia ul Haq against Mohamed Mohsen. Zia ul Haq, I would have to think, would have matched up with Mohamed Mohsen across the various Pakistani leagues in the past. Well, we have a bit of a break in the action. I want to remind everyone that as I've been speaking here to Rafi Kazi, in fact, I'll say more about that shortly. Short, bang, and it is taken deep on the boundary. I'll tell you what, he challenged him. Mohamed Mohsen accepted the challenge and pulled it, actually struck it very well, but it traveled straight to that fielder at deep mid-wicket, and it went right in and stuck. Pretty simple catch in the end, and Mohamed Mohsen is dismissed by his countryman Zia ul Haq. So the fifth wicket goes down, and at the end of, in fact, one ball remaining here in the 19th over, score is already challenging. It's because he is a member of the over 50 USA Masters team, and that team is playing in the World Cup, over 50 World Cup in South Africa. Tournament goes from March 6th to March 20th, Rafi. And just keep an eye out on social media for when that starts being broadcast. Unfortunately, I was not able to join you all this time. And of course, let me also say the only reason I would have been joining you is to help commentate. My playing days are long in the past.
Brian, when you said over 50, I just couldn't process that because I saw Rafi outside after probably a decade, and he came across as still the same Rafi that I always called him from 2009-10, who was my captain at Memorial Cricket Club.
Ah.
And he was also playing for the national team, or he was, I think, towards the end of his career, but one of the most respected cricketers. And yeah, I just couldn't process it because he still seems like the same Rafi who was captaining that Memorial team.
Yes, he does.
He playing for the national team. So levels of fitness, I think, good dives and steals.
Oh my goodness. The 20th over. This is sliced in the air. Is it a catch? Oh, placed it perfectly right between the two fielders. Short fine leg and short third man, and they end up running for a single.
Yeah, Munir, reminiscing about some of those old days, and those are old days. We had some great fun. I mean, we really played some incredible cricket. It was mostly about the culture, the people. Brian, you, Munir, all the rest of the players that we played with. It was just incredible. We enjoyed our cricket and we enjoyed the camaraderie.
So well said. This ball is clipped down to deep square leg. They get two. My goodness, that's good running. That is really good running. Square leg taking a bit of time to get to that ball from the boundary, and by the time he got there, they had already sprinted through for two. So now look where we are. It is 167 for 5. For a while there, it seemed like we were in line for a target close to 200. But that's not the case. This is struck down the ground just for a single. So 3 balls remaining. Current score of 168. And if I am Shayan Jahangir, Captain Shayan Jahangir, after the way that the first 10 or so overs went, I think I'm very happy with the way that things are right now. Musaddiq Ahmed on strike, 21 from 16. Big hit, and he got enough of that. That goes all the way for 6. Okay, so the line that time from Nitish Kumar, a little too straight, and it's angled in toward middle and leg from over the wicket as a right-hander, and he bowls off spin also, so any turn is going in that direction. So all of that adds up to a ball that is hittable and that you can score off of, and certainly a big strike by Musaddiq Ahmed, who gets his second 6 of the day.
Brian has been so calm and composed when they were going at 11 and over, and even now, same
Well, we are now to the back end of the innings. One ball remaining. 175 on the board. Where do we go? Looking for a big hit. Wrapped on the pad. And they scramble through for what I believe is a leg by. Yep, umpire Owen Brown with that signal. So a rather, I'd say, anticlimactic end to the innings. 12 runs coming from that last over, but the last 5 have yielded only 39 runs. So the overall run rate down to 8.8, but for a while it was high. It was much above 10. It was approaching 11 for a period of time. That is the end of the innings. 176 for 5 is where the Knight Riders end up, which means that the Stallions X, in order to win that beautiful trophy we saw earlier, will have to score the small matter of 100 and make that 176. So they'll have to score, the Stallions, 177 for victory.
Maybe a 160, 170 wicket, so the equilibrium shifts back to where it was supposed to be.
That is really interesting. I won't, injure myself, patting myself on the back, but I will say, as we alluded to a couple of times, 170s in a final sort of translates to a much bigger score overall, because all of the pressure involved with potentially trying to win this match sort of comes to the fore. So it remains to be seen exactly how well they'll do, but I think we are in for a truly scintillating chase coming up in the next several minutes.
You can see that big crest on that one graph from over number 5 to 13.
Well, I think it was dominated in the second partnership of the day by Mukhtar Ahmed and Jaskaran Malhotra. 77 from 61 for Mukhtar Ahmed. Wasn't quite as aggressive as Jaskaran. I like the fact that Jaskaran promoted himself up the order, 45 from 25. But after that partnership was broken, then I think that led to sort of a slowing down of the momentum. And once that momentum was broken, they tried to catch it back a little bit towards the end with Musaddiq Ahmed contributing. But much of that momentum was lost with the breaking of that initial partnership between Jaskaran and Mukhtar Ahmed. So it will remain to be seen whether or not that impetus at the top of the last innings is enough to take the Knight Riders home for victory.
I was surprised Janisar Khan did not come out. The coach came into play in this final, and he's somebody who can improvise. He's very good with sweeping, so he might have changed the complexion of the game, but it makes sense for them to stick with the players who have been playing the last few games. And now we move over to the bowling scorecard for the Stallions. As you see, the bowlers come out. Mangesh on the bowler. Ziaul Haq opened the bowling along with Ehsan Adil, and we saw those first few overs. As soon as the batsmen settled in, the big shots started to come out. And apart from that, Jaskaran Singh Putter came on and he took those two crucial wickets. And Nitish, Shubham, and Waqas bowled those spin options. And overall, towards the end, they were able to pull up the scoring. And there you're also going to see that second wicket partnership of 98. That's when they were really cruising, but from there onwards it was one-way traffic. Third wicket fell at 127, fourth and fifth at 147,
think you've said it all. Take a quick break. Go, have a different, get some beer, get some nuts, whatever it is that you get, and join us here in the next 5 or so minutes because it is going to be an absolutely scintillating chase. In the meantime, signing off for the moment from Prairie View. We will be right back. Sri Lankan middle order batsman Shehan Jayasuriya against the tall South African quick Carmela Roo. Shehan Jayasuriya, a very good batter in his own right, but he's facing up to a really good bowler here. This is played through or gets through the man at short cover, and they'll get a couple. Boy, that makes a big difference in the result of this match. If you're chasing a total, again, maybe slightly undercooked, but there is the pressure of the finals. So you're going to want to make sure that you have the ability to get a good platform from which you can launch. But if in the first over you get knocked over, then that makes a big difference. And whenever we have the ability to have a match like this, it remains to be seen as to who is going to come to the fore. Looking for a big drive there, Jayasuriya missing out on that shot. That is the end of the first over. A successful first over for Carmela Roo and the Knight Riders. End of the first over, 4-for-1. Back here in Prairie View, 4-for-1 after one over. Carmela Roo, again, the name that we've called a number of times already today, taking a wicket in his first over. And, Coach, I'm going to ask you, in terms of knowing that you have a big strike bowler who swings it, who bowls it at pace, how are you looking to use him the rest of the way? He only has 3 more overs. Do you want to try to make inroads into the batting lineup and keep him on for maybe 3 overs at one time? Or do you maybe give him a second over and then hold 2 more towards the back end?
Man, that's an interesting question. I would definitely go with another one. You know, he's clearly got his line and his length right, so maybe go with 1 more and just see how much of a strike we can make.
Oh, here we go to start the first ball of the second over. May I remind everyone that Captain Shayan Jahangir is not somebody who is going to be tied down for very long. That's the first delivery from Musaddiq Ahmed. And Shayan Jahangir confidently striding down the wicket and lofting that over the covers for his first boundary. If you were not with us yesterday, Shayan Jahangir with a scintillating 112 if memory serves correctly, of some 60 balls with 8 4s and 10 6s. So he is absolutely a big game player and tends to play his best in the important games. Next delivery, playing it into the covers, no run. That in fact is Carmela Roo himself, who's at backward point. Coach, not very often that you see a fast bowler in between spells feeling at backward point.
Funny you say that. I mean, back in the day when we were kids, yeah, that would never happen. But, you know, nowadays the game's changed. Everybody's more athletic.
Yep.
You know, the days of the old, big, quick bowler who can't do anything other than bowl are pretty much over.
Sure. Over the top, and it is caught! What a big wicket! Oh my goodness, that might be the most consequential event of the entire day. Shayan Jahangir trying to go over the top, over extra cover, and succeeding only in finding mid-off inside the circle, who took a good low catch to his left. So the captain, after having scored a scintillating 100 yesterday, fails with the bat today. A huge, huge wicket in the context of things. And the second wicket is down. Coach, what does that do to the bowling side?
Oh, that'll definitely put him on the up. You know, you're always looking to take wickets early. So, a good catch, well bowled. Pressure's definitely on the batting team at the moment.
Oh, my goodness, yes. What a huge wicket.
I think they're going to have to consolidate now. They're going to have to make sure that they now keep the run rate going, without playing too many rash shots. I know they've got a decent total to chase, but you have to be a little circumspect. Hit the bad ball. Let's try and get one off the very good balls.
Wow.
I guess the silver lining in this chase for them is, in spite of losing these 2 wickets, is we know it's a pitch which can even produce 200 runs. So they can't afford to stabilize the ship and then explode. And I don't think there's need for everyone to come out and just go all guns blazing. You can see out Carney and you would still be fine.
So this is Nitish Kumar, very experienced cricketer, played for years for the Canadian national team. This situation calls for experience, and it calls for, as Coach said, consolidation. And in fact, Coach, I have another question for you. You can probably answer this after this next delivery. Shayan Jahangir is an extremely aggressive player, and part of why he has the impact on his side that he does is because he loves to take the attack to the opposition. But where is the line? Where do you say, I want to remain aggressive because that's my natural game, versus, let's say, if we can take this thing deep and then explode toward the end if needed?
Well, I think that's the classic phrasing. When people use the phrase "play my natural game," sometimes that is an excuse for when I get out because I've played a really terrible shot. It was my natural game. I think any batter worth their salt is going to be looking for their shots, and they're going to be looking for balls in their area.
Lovely looking stroke. That's going to run away for 4. Earlier we were talking about any appetite for proper cricketing shots in this form of the game. That's a proper off drive that races away wide of mid-off and goes away for 4.
There's some disagreement, it seems, between the skipper and the future. He supposedly is insinuating that you were supposed to be a lot straighter at mid-off, and that should have been cut off.
Yeah.
At the end of 2, it's 12 for 2, Coach.
I was going to say, I think, we've been playing T20 now for a long, long time. And, everybody said when T20 started that, it was traditional cricket shots were going to go out of the window. But I think if you look back through history, you'll see some of the best T20 players came from traditional cricket, from traditional batting strokes. There were test players who were exceptional T20 players. I think hitting in the V, it seems like an old cliche, but I mean, it's still consistent. I mean, especially when you got, this big tall left armour, his release point, it's going to be quite tight. So hitting in the V, especially as a right-hander, hitting in the V is going to be really important.
Back to Carmel LaRue, his second over. First delivery is a little bit too far outside off for the liking of umpire Sadiq Koja. Coach, I'm going to go back to something that we were talking about a couple of deliveries ago. You mentioned that the days of a big fast bowler who bowls his over and then goes to fine leg are pretty much over. Who is the most athletic fielder as a fast bowler that you can think of right now? Full toss, driven to cover for no run.
That's a really tough question because, honestly, you look around the world, a lot of fast bowlers now are expected to be athletic. They're expected to cover. So it's hard to pinpoint anyone in particular, but that's a general thing. You look around the world, you look in all the T20 leagues, a lot of the fast bowlers are super athletic, and they will be the one, and they'll come in and field at backward point.
Interesting. If you ask me that question, who immediately comes to mind for me are the 2 New Zealanders, Trent Bolt and what's his name? The captain. His name escapes me. Coach, when you get to my age, he's Tim Southey. Oh my goodness. Not only are they brilliant, but they both field in the slips, gully, and backward points, which says a whole lot for their ability to be able to field and to be able to catch. And they both are spectacular fielders for me, even though they're both opening fast bowlers.
I like the way you said, even though they're fast.
Okay,
It's a very that's a tell, that is, to be honest. You know. Not all fast bowlers use their boot to stop the ball, you know.
This is true. Oh, what a great Yorker. Bang on target. And all Shahan Jayasuriya could do is just defend that one at his feet. So look, big picture, we're talking about a run rate now, a required run rate of 9.37 and over. So you're looking to score 1.5 runs off every ball, and the current run rate is 5.2. So you get the sense that the Knight Riders can continue to turn the screws, and it's going to be up to Shahan Jayasuriya and Nitish Kumar to get things going. That is well played. A little too straight that time from Carmilaroo, and clipped away. Again, a former international player like Shahan Jayasuriya, you can bowl several good balls, but if you bowl one that's too straight, he can always clip you off down to fine leg for 4. Yeah, that was aimed right at leg stump from over the wicket. So that angle is always going to create scoring opportunities for a good batter like Jayasuriya.
I don't know if you all are able to hear on your PAs, but there's a lot of hooters and shouts and cries going on. It's the Knight Riders support, as this one is full and straight. Shahan Jayasuriya with a wild hoik, but it hits its pad. It was drifting down the leg side, so no harm done. Yeah, so the Knight Riders have come out with a big support. They've got a lot of folks from their local cricket club in Houston and friends and families out. They're beating the drums. The horns are blowing. And when those 2 wickets fell, especially at Shahan Jahangir's wicket, they were all on the boundary line, almost 50 of them. That's how big that wicket of Shahan Jahangir was.
Such a big wicket. And in the context of this game, Shahan Jahangir, you know, they say in the old days, if the captain bats high up the order, the best way to impact the game is stroked away over the top of Carmilaroo at backward point, running close to the boundary. And in fact, it goes all the way for 4. So good response there by Nitish Kumar. But as I started saying, when you take out the captain who's batting high up the order early in the innings, they refer to it sometimes as cutting off the head of the snake. Because once you know that the captain, who is also probably your best bat, is not going to be able to impact the game anymore with the bat, it makes a tremendous difference. And especially coming off the innings that he had yesterday, that just really injects a bunch of enthusiasm into the bowling side.
And interestingly, Brian, the thing about the Stallions X setup is Shayan's 100 is recent in our memories. We were just mind blown when he started hitting those shots. But if you look at the course of this tournament, they've had different batters put their hands up and perform for them. Shahan Jayasuriya has been one of the most consistent players in this tournament. There's been Kamran Sheikh, who has scored a lot of runs. He's almost close to 200 runs, and he wasn't sent to open. They sent youngster. And this one is taking a top edge. It's going to fall in no man's land. Luckily for Nitish Kumar, it was pitched on middle and leg. I think it swung in the air, and he was early in the shot. Took a leading edge. It could have gone anywhere.
That ball stayed in the air for what to Nitish Kumar might have seemed like an eternity. Of course, that's one of the ones where you say, get down, get down, get down, get down. And mid-on running around, if he had had maybe one less yard to make up, he may well have gotten to that. But luckily for Nitish Kumar and the Stallions X, he lives to fight another day, at least another delivery.
So coming back to what we were discussing, Shahan Jahangir is a big wicket, but this is far from over. This is far from over.
No question.
Look
What
at
a
that
great
delivery.
ball.
Angled across the left-hander. Shahan Jayasuriya was almost walking into it. The front foot nowhere.
Wow. So if you go past the outside edge of a former professional or former international player, that gives you some sense of your expertise with the ball. But Jayasuriya, to me now, is the key wicket. And he's able to score in bunches. He doesn't necessarily always hit big And he can hit big if it comes down to it. But he tends to be able to keep the scorecard ticking. So he's now 6, make that 7 from 10. And that single to close things out here in the fourth means that the score is now, well, I'm sorry, there's 3 balls left. I'm not sure what game I'm watching. But anyway, the reality is that if he stays there, he certainly is one who keeps that scoreboard ticking. And Nitish Kumar is experienced enough to be able to stay there with him. So the question becomes, do you try to keep on your strike bowlers, or do you at some point switch to the more economical bowlers? This is gone! Oh, what a catch! What a brilliant catch! Whipped away to fine leg, traveling at the rate of knots and ankle height. 1 yard to either side of that fielder, short fine leg that would have gone for 4. But he takes a spectacular catch. The 3rd wicket is down as Nitish Kumar departs, caught at fine leg. At some point, we'll be able to see a review or replay on that, but such a body blow. Honestly, it was not the best ball that Musaddiq Ahmed can bowl. It was on leg stump going down leg. And you did exactly what you wanted to do if you're Nitish Kumar, off the face of the bat, whipping it away. You thought that would have gone for 4, but unfortunately he found the one fielder behind square on the leg side.
I did, in fact, play a replay, Brian, but the emotions are so high, and it happened in a fraction of a second. I just missed it. He middled the ball, and I was looking at the boundary, and then I saw reactions of you and everyone else. But I'll play that replay one more time, this one in super slow-mo. And as you see, Nitish, tall and handsome, it was pitched on his pads, and he's very good with the whip. We know how well balanced he is usually, and the invitation was there, but he failed to notice that fielder at short square leg. He was just there for that very shot.
I'm sorry. Okay, I hate to disagree with you, Munir. I really hate to disagree with you. And Coach, if you take Munir's side, I hate to disagree with you also. If I get a ball on my pads as a half volley, I'm playing the exact same shot that Nitish Kumar just played, because there is 90 degrees all around behind square where, you know, if it's 1 yard to either side of that fielder, it's 4 runs. So I'm sorry, you have to play that shot. He just lucked out. Skied. Who is there? Carmelaru after it. He dropped it. That was such a difficult chance, running backward from backward point. Oh, how much of a difference would that have made had that stuck?
So, Brian, I'll put the disclaimer out. The replay is coming up. Here you go. Kamran Sheikh on his first ball taking the bull by its horns.
Look at this. Oh! Plus, it would not have helped that there was a fielder, in fact, 2 different fielders converging on that ball. So, had he had complete knowledge that no one else who had a catch or the chance to catch it but him, maybe he could have laid out and dove for that, but chose not to, and probably rightly so, because you don't want to get injured in that situation. But it does count as a drop. Coach, I'm trying to interpret your reactions. I see you nodding your head. Tell me what you're thinking.
I mean, you're spot on. It was a ball dropping between 3 guys, 2 of whom who were moving very quickly. It's tough. It's a very tough one. The ball was up there for quite a while. A lot of ground to cover. So, yeah, I mean, with a bit of space, he may have laid out flat, and we would have seen a different ending.
I'll tell you what, we initially when Cheyenne got out, we did say that they can get a feeler of this pitch and the bowling and then explode. But that feeler has been such a long-lasting effect on this innings. We have to keep an eye also on that required rate at the bottom of your screens, which has crept up to 9.5. And that may be one of the reasons. Perhaps Kamran was given a message that there's just no time left for us to now get a feeler of this track. 9.5 in a big pressure final could be quite a lot to chase. The vultures are all...
Is that some kind of an
You-
omen? Those vultures are circling the bowl.
I
again.
am so sorry for those of you who are hearing me laugh. There are 3 vultures that are currently circling the field, and I'm wondering which of these 2 teams those vultures are after. But back to the action on the field. This is now Imran Khan Jr. excuse me, taking up the attack. Another left arm quick. Somebody who actually hits the deck much harder than you'd think given his diminutive stature. Jayasuriya, that is his one of his favorite shots, just dropping it down behind point. He gets a single. Luckily for him, at least luckily for the fielding side, third man was fine enough to be able to cut that off because Jayasuriya tends to score very heavily in that area.
I so hate to use that kind of an analogy, but it was just so obvious. Sounds brutal in its body language, but yeah, that's the situation the Stallions seem to find themselves in.
Oh my goodness.
A desert with no oasis in sight, and vultures circling overhead.
Is that a pack of coyotes I can see off in the distance?
I truly hate to laugh at that, but just the 2 vultures circling, or the 3 vultures circling around the field. 4 vultures now circling around the field. So, going back to our YouTube comments, Carrie says that they're beating the drums in the UK also. So, Carrie, I assume that you're supporting the Knight Riders. And let us know in the comments what your thoughts are from what you're seeing so far. Oh, okay. A good catch here from Arsh Arora. Coach, going back to our conversation about good fielding fast bowlers after this delivery, I'll tell you, what a great ball. Goes right by the outside edge. Cameron Sheikh, who's in now, could not put a bat on that. But who was it? Arsh Arora calls out James Anderson as one of the better fielders who's also a bowler. Awesome second slip fielders who what he said, and I completely agree with you.
I'll actually show you this last ball real quick. It did a lot of the seam, just pitched and seamed away. Talking of James Anderson.
Yeah.
Look at that one. Just off the seam,
Oh,
goes away. That was just something. A piece of art from
break.
Imran Khan Jr.
Yep. My goodness, this is good high-class bowling. 3 big wickets have already fallen. And Munir, you managed, or you highlighted, looking at the required rate. That required rate is now up to 10.02. And in fact, that is the end of the over. So the end of the over scores 26 for 3. Required rate 10.07. So essentially what that means is that they need to score something close to the rate of 2 runs every ball to be able to win this. It doesn't mean that you're in desperation mode just yet. But what it does mean is that your current rate of 5.20 is not going to be good enough. Essentially, you need to double the rate at which you're scoring right now. And to do that with 3 big wickets back in the pavilion makes things that much more difficult. This is Mustadiq Ahmed continuing. Whipped around behind square on the leg side, and he finds that one fielder who is in position to prevent that type of a shot. Another dot ball. Now watch the dot balls and the impact that it has on the run rate. My goodness. An old friend jumping into the comments.
I'm just being humbled by my former captains from MCC, first Rafiq Hazi, and now one of my favorites of all time from Houston Cricket League, Jermaine Levine, is on the live stream.
Jermaine Levine.
As if Jermaine's name just put some kind of a spell out there also. Shehan Jayasuriya, Jermaine-esque, wild swing of the bat, and the ball doesn't really go anywhere.
Jermaine Levine his father, Nat Levine. I played against Nat for a number of years. You know, I've been an on again, off again member of MCC, so I've played both with and against them. I don't know that I've played very many matches against Jermaine. I certainly played with him. And this is whipped into the air down to square leg for a single. Played with Jermaine a number of years, including on our annual trips to Sarasota for the six-a-side tournament. But, you know, just one of the best guys that you'll ever hope to meet anywhere, Jermaine and his father, Nat. And Jermaine, always good to hear from you.
Any guesses, Brian, why Jermaine is rooting for the Knight Riders?
Why would Jermaine be rooting for the Knight Riders? I don't think I have a guess.
He's a former member of the Knight Riders from his playing days. He's appeared for the Knight Riders quite a few times.
Sadiq Ahmed again. Short. Off the splice. Catchable. Oh! Could not get there. I tell you what, this ball has eyes because it happens to be landing in between or among all of the fielders. Not a lot that goes up in the air is going to hand. But at the end of all of that, that's just a single.
And as we have done all day, there was a diving effort. We thought, the commoners, that it indeed was a good effort. He flew in the air. The ball evaded him. But, of course, the pro comments are going to come from Coach Julian.
This I got to hear.
So the flying jumping was awesome. However, we could have saved a little bit of the flying jumping by turning around.
Wow. So, Coach, I don't know if you picked that up. I was happening to look at elsewhere, and I saw the very tail end of it. It looked like deep mid-wicket was in with a chance to catch Shehan Jayasuriya. It appeared to have burst through his hands and went for 4.
I was going to say, I thought that went straight in. But I now see it coming from the boundary. So.
Wow. I'll tell you what. There have been chances that had they all gone to hand, we would be talking about an entirely different game here. Still a big uphill climb for the Stallions X, but in many ways, the body blow could have been landed a couple of times already. But the fact is that Shehan Jayasuriya is still there, 13 from 16, facing up to Sadiq Ahmed. This is the last ball of the over, and it's just dropped down behind square for a quick single. So 33 for 3 is the score after 6. That is the end of the power play. By comparison, in the first innings, and you all might find this interesting, the first innings at this same stage, the Knight Riders were 58 runs, or had 58 runs on the board. So needless to say, the Stallions X are a little bit behind where they'd like to be. The question to be asked is, do they have enough in the tank to be able to make up that difference? As of right now, they need to be scoring at the rate of 10.29 runs and over. And they're currently scoring at the rate of 5.5 and over. So getting back to the comments, Global Sports Inc. says it's high quality cricket. Would be nice to have a camera following the ball. GSI, I completely agree with you. When we do our budget for next year, hopefully we can get a contribution from you, and you can pay for a cameraman who can stand atop the side screen and have the ball tracked. We're doing all of this on a volunteer basis, so some of the things that we'd like to have, we don't have. But nevertheless, thank you all so much for watching, and thank you for making the comments that you are.
We did indeed have provision for a ball tracking camera as well. But just as volunteers, next ball comes in and Shehan uses his wrist to whip it to the leg side for a single. So us volunteers and all of us are beaten and battered from this cold weather that we have had to endure these past 3 days. Some of us were getting here at 7:30 in the morning when the feels like were 25, 26 degrees. So we're just cutting some slack today. The cricket is so good that I think we can make some compromises there.
I'll tell you what, and we mentioned his name several times earlier on when we were chatting with Rafi Kazi. This is Mohamed Mohsen into the attack. He is a very tricky bowler to target. And he bowls a quick, flat leg spin. He tends to be very difficult to get a hold of. Sometimes because his googly or his flipper is very hard to read. And then, as you mentioned the other day, Munir, sometimes he just bowls an off spinner. So it's really hard to pick him up. Plus, he's not going to toss anything up. He's the type of bowler that is always coming at you. Plus, he gets through his overs generally very quickly, so it doesn't give you time as a batter to settle. All in all, a very difficult bowler to face. And this is Cameron Sheikh, who's been asked to do exactly that. Defending right back to the bowler himself. These dot balls are going to start piling up, and with each dot ball, it makes it that much more difficult to score because that overall run rate keeps going down and the required rate keeps accelerating. Just one of my favorite cricketers. I do have to say that. Mohamed Mohsen, in addition to being a brilliant cricketer, and Rafi Kazi also said this, is just a wonderful human being. And so overall, just one of the assets on display in the tournament this week. Quicker this time through the air. Jayasuriya pulls it down to deep mid-wicket for a single. This is good bowling by Mohamed Mohsen. One ball remaining. Score of 36 for 3. In the air, catchable? No. Just wide of that fielder at deep mid-wicket. And that is a very welcome boundary from the bat of Cameron Sheikh. So that is the 40. 40 for 3 is the score. They need another 137. And once again, we start looking at comparisons as to where the Stallions make that the Knight Riders were in this stage of their innings. This stage of the innings, the Knight Riders had 72 runs on the board. So once again, just comparing, there's a 32-run difference between where the Knight Riders were and where the Stallions are. As we see, take a look at the Manhattan. Look at the blue lines versus the red lines. Needless to say, the Knight Riders were going all guns blazing to this stage in the innings. Now, it is absolutely noteworthy that you note that the blue lines to this right of your screen, the second half, are all much lower than the blue lines at the first half. So there was some deceleration there. But just from a quick summary, UMMC Knight Riders scored 176 for 5 as of right now. The Stallions themselves are 40 for 3. And look who's coming into bowl. We mentioned his name also a couple of times. A brilliant young all-rounder, Ali Sheikh. Left-arm batter. He came in, failed with the bat, but one of the good things about being an all-rounder is that you have the opportunity to impact a match in more than one way. So the left-arm finger spinner, orthodox, will be bowling to Shehan Jayasuriya. Now, we've said it a few times this weekend. Jayasuriya loves to target that area between long on and square leg. I would expect that's where he'll be aiming. Oh, that's exactly what he was doing. Looking to sweep that to square leg, gets a thick under edge, no run. Jayasuriya himself actually looking in that direction. There's a deep square leg, there's a deep mid-wicket, and there's a long on. So you get the sense that the ball will be going in that area. There he goes in that same area. That's mid-wicket. Mid-wicket is not going to be able to get to it. It goes away for 4. So, all right, Coach, got a question for you. If you have a batter like Jayasuriya, left-hander, is accustomed, in fact, prefers playing in that arc between long on and square leg, and you have a finger-spinning left-hander who's turning the ball into him, what would you recommend for the bowler to do?
Well, it's always tough because, I mean, against a left-hander, obviously, tactically, a right-arm off-spinner is going to be more dominant.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, there he goes again, targeting his favorite area, and it goes away for 6. Sorry, coach, didn't want to cut you off, but I do have to highlight that he's getting the ball exactly in the way that he wants it.
yeah, pretty much. I mean, you know, you definitely wouldn't want your left armer bowling to a left-hander, especially who favors that side. He's obviously extremely strong on the leg side, so you are feeding his strength. I mean, I guess all he can look at is maybe vary his pace, vary his line a little, but I think even if he goes wide, it's still going to be tough for him.
Ali Sheikh again. Jayasuriya with the flip over his shoulder. That's going to run away for 4 more. Goes down to fine leg this time. Drags it a little finer than his favorite scoring area, but the result is still the same. So 4-6-4 in the over so far with 2 balls to come. And I think the bowling side is going to want to consider whether or not they want Ali Sheikh to bowl to Shehan Jayasuriya. That's a difficult matchup under any circumstances. Maybe something that Ali Sheikh might consider is going around the wicket, slanting it across him. But from this angle, he's essentially feeding him the ball exactly where he wants it.
Cat and mouse now. Ali pulls out of that last delivery in his final delivery stride. Here he comes in again. This time he goes wide outside the off stump. He doesn't want to bowl in that area, and that's a misfield. As we were saying, Brian, one part of the ground the Knight Riders have been loud, the drums have been beating, and now there is a change in momentum suddenly within the space of 5 deliveries. That's how close these games tend to be.
Coach, I'm going to assume that you didn't see that from where you are, and it's a good thing that you didn't see it because every part of your coaching career would be grimacing at what just happened on the boundary. Cutting this to backward point, a dot ball to end things, but the damage is already done. 18 big runs coming from that over from Ali Sheikh. And my goodness, 58 for 3. They need another 119 runs, but that required rate, if you note, is now back down under 10. My goodness. Buckle up, folks. If this pair stays there, particularly if Jayasuriya stays there, we're going to... Did I just jinx? We're going to have a photo finish one way or the other. So back to live action. Mohamed Mohsin back into the attack. In the air, just over Mohamed Mohsin's outstretched hand. In fact, that might have been a bump ball. We are a little far away here. So as they call it, a spectator's catch.
We couldn't tell if it was bump or not. The telltale was the reactions after the ball
Yes.
hit the hands and went away. The stakes are so high, if there's something dropped, they all go down on their knees in unison. So those reactions told us it was a bump ball.
Looking to sweep that away. Look at that brilliant piece of keeping by Captain Jaskaran Malhotra. Looking to sweep, not making any contact, but good work by Jaskaran Malhotra to not let that ball get away. Again, Jayasuriya looking big, not making contact.
Such a game of fine margins. He opened the face of his bat and he was trying to find that little gap to the right of point. Those two are inside the circle. Right after collecting the ball, Jaskaran re-inspected those two fielders and fine-tuned them. That's how close and miserly things are getting between bat and ball.
Boy. So a bit of a break while Jayasuriya, I think, adjusts his gloves. In fact, changes his gloves as one of the substitute, or at least one of the teammates for Stallions X brings on a fresh new set of gloves. It may not be overstating it, or it may not be hyperbole to say that Jayasuriya is going to play a major part in whatever happens in this game. This is good running. They look for two. No, they change their minds. That's a good piece of fielding. But coach, I know you like seeing them sprint that first one hard, because every single run is going to make a big difference in the context of this game.
Absolutely. I think now, the run rate creeping up as it was and as it's still pretty high, they've got to be looking to push. You got to push. You can't just sit back and hit boundaries. You've got to push every single ball.
A little bit short of a length this time, Mohamed Mohsin. This is forced down to mid-off. Oh.
We'll keep an eye on this new development. As Shehan Jayasuriya was getting through for that single, it did seem like he was limping a bit, maybe from pushing for that second run. This is short again. Again, as we're seeing, he's just strolling down the wicket. He's faced 28 deliveries. It's definitely not a lot for someone who has played international cricket. And I'm pretty sure his fitness levels still are top-notch. But as you see again, he's struggling. It looks like a hamstring, Brian and Julian, from what I see. And I'll have to go back to that shot that was played to cow corner, and Shehan was pushing back for the second. He was sent back. Sudden running and stopping at times can give you a cramp or pull a muscle. It's hard to say. Only Shehan knows what's going on with him. But all of the Stallions, they literally are praying at this moment that Shehan recovers from this. They are all in front of us. There's an eerie silence in that dugout at this moment.
Well, I've pulled enough hamstrings in my days to know exactly what that feels like.
I've in fact pulled hamstring just sitting at home. Not even
reaching for the remote. Oh my goodness.
just trying to tiptoe that remote on the coffee table. I have had to call for help. The wife comes running in.
I got ice. Where's the painkillers? Oh my goodness. So
Things about having a toddler in the house is you can do them.
perfect.
Make them do your chores for you.
Yes, no question.
We'll come back to cricket. This
Coming
discussion
back to cricket.
can really drift apart.
Well, one thing I have to say, this is certainly not a good development for Jayasuriya, but you've probably heard the phrase, beware the wounded batsman. And if a batter like Jayasuriya is of the opinion that he can't sprint through his runs, in many ways that opens up the license for him to just, throw caution to the wind and hit out. I saw, coach, this is going to be somebody from our vintage, Gordon Greenwich, score a double hundred under exactly those circumstances. Because if you can't run, you know what? I'm going to swing for 4s and 6s.
Very, very dangerous player.
Oh yeah, he could wield a bat himself.
Just quietly.
There we go again, Cameron Sheikh, and this is flat batted into the gap between long on and deep mid wicket, but all they'll get is one. That's a good piece of work. That's Ali Sheikh patrolling the boundary at long on. And this, in fact, is Noman Anwar, who is taking up the bowling attack from the highway end.
Like you had predicted, Brian, Ali has been taken off after that 1 over.
It's, you know, doesn't exactly qualify as, you know, high level analysis. So if you're bowling a batter or bowling to a batter who wants the ball coming into him and turning down, and that's the direction he's playing in, and that's exactly the type of bowling that you're delivering, I'd say at the most maybe you give 1 over. I wouldn't have given any, but maybe you give 1 over, but then I just keep him back for the end. Oh, look at this, coming down the wicket and looking to go big, not able to make any contact with it. Cameron Sheikh feeling the pressure to get that scoreboard ticking.
You know, from knowing Coach Julian, one of the things I know he always talks about is that trigger moment and how you time your movement as the ball is in the air. He gave it away so quickly as the bowler was in his delivery stride. Kamran was running down the track. So that gave Norman a chance to just delay that delivery ever so slightly. And Coach, you can talk more about how you time your movements. But this time, he doesn't make any mistake, and it just goes over the top of that fielder at cow corner, barely by a few inches, I must say.
Wow.
But Coach, coming back to you.
I think you've used a phrase earlier, cat and mouse, and the battle between a bowler and a batter in terms of movement and ball release is always cat and mouse. The ability of a batter not to indicate when he's leaving his crease, what direction he's going, what his intentions are is crucial. And until the bowler releases the ball, he's the man in control. So the ability to disguise it both as a batter and a bowler is pretty crucial skills.
Well said, Coach. Brian's laughs, I must say, are the identity of Houston Premier League and all the cricket he commentates at.
Now, let's reset to where we are. There's 10 overs left in this tournament. And what happened here? A wicket. Oh my goodness. What a huge wicket this is. This is Shehan Jayasuriya, dismissed by Mohamed Mohsin. Sliced off the outside edge in the air and taken. Look at the celebration by Captain Jaskaran Malhotra, because he knows how big a wicket that is. Boy, a huge body blow landed there. That makes a huge difference. Jayasuriya looking to go big. We pointed out a couple of deliveries ago that it was going to be, he's carrying some sort of injury, and maybe he was trying to hit his way out of that injury, but not able to do more than just sky a simple catch on the infield. So the 4th wicket is down, and Jayasuriya's day with the bat is done.
That was an excellent catch. That's a very good example. Very good example of don't move too early. Do not move until you are very sure where the ball is. That was a very good take. If he'd have moved too early, it would have gone over him. Very good catch in the end.
Wow. So now Shehan Jayasuriya is being replaced at the wicket by
Shubham Ranjane.
Shubham Ranjane.
He plays a finisher role for the Stallions. He's probably in too early for their liking. And we had been saying this for the last couple of overs. Those teaser-like sixes were literally just sailing inches over some of the outfielders. And on this instance, it just took that. It had to take that kind of catching, that kind of expertise. And the last few sixes were literally just teasing with those fielders, like we said.
What a big development in the context of this match. So once again, let's pay attention to what the required rate is. That required rate now up to 10.78 The actual rate certainly higher now than it was, but they needed to be higher still. 6.98. And there are some big guns that are back in the pavilion. So you're asking Shubham Ranjane and Cameron Sheik to somehow start accelerating towards the end in these last 9 overs and 5 balls. And that's not going to be easy. Mohamed Mohsin into his 3rd over. May I remind everyone that there are still 2 overs to come from Carmi Leroux. And so, boy, this game is certainly going to be impacted by the bowling that is left. That's a little too far outside off. But if you, for example, start thinking that with Mohamed Mohsin, you probably won't score more than a run a ball off of him, I'd probably say the same thing about Carmi Leroux. Short and looking to force that off the back foot. He'll get probably 1 down to deep square leg. It may not be too early for the Stallions to start thinking about where they're going to manufacture runs from. What a great delivery. Going again past the outside edge. Jaskaran Malhotra whipping the bails off. I don't think any reasonable opportunity for a stumping, as Shubham Ranjane's back foot was still grounded firmly in the crease. But every dot ball is something that causes the required rate to go up. In fact, every single causes the required rate to go up. Looking to run that down to short 3rd. Not exactly sure why. Element of risk there. But once again, another dot ball.
2 dot balls, and the required rate goes up from 10.6 to 11.24.
Wow. That's just stroked down to deep extra cover for a single to close out the 11th over. To your point, that single caused the required rate to go up from 11.24 to 11.33. So we're getting very close to the point where the Stallions X are going to need to score 2 runs off of every ball for the next 9 overs. They need another 102 runs in 54 balls. That is exceptionally difficult, particularly with the big guns who have already been dismissed.
And Brian and Julian, the dilemma in a chase like this, and when you're in a situation like this, is if you take it too deep, and since you've lost 4 wickets, you want to conserve wickets too. This might be the last pair on which they can hinge their hopes. But if you take it too deep and you leave too much for the last 5 overs, it's already a foregone conclusion.
Yep.
So you have to almost mess with fire at this point in time and still keep throwing those punches. And Shehan Jayasuriya was doing the same thing too, and he perished in the same process.
Question for you, Coach. When do you bring back Carmi Leroux?
Well, you can let them dig a slightly deeper hole than they're in at the moment, to be honest. I was going to jump in on the run rate sort of question. So, obviously, if he was injured, then that's why they weren't running.
Mm-hmm.
But you really need, in this situation, they needed to start their running game several overs ago.
Yes.
You can't let it go this deep.
And interesting, look who is back into the attack as soon as Shehan Jayasuriya is dismissed. Ali Sheikh, who would absolutely prefer bowling to the righties than to the left-handed Shehan Jayasuriya. So his second over, he would think, would be more productive for his team than his first. The first over went for 18. All of that from the bat of Shehan Jayasuriya. But he's going to be looking now to continue to turn the screws Captain Jaskaran Malhotra is just going to be asking him to give somewhere around 6 runs and over. This is in the air. That's, speaking of 6, that is 6. And that's not what I meant by 6 runs and over. That goes all the way for 6. So that is a big hit. And they need plenty more of that. But that's a welcome maximum for Cameron Shake.
And it was again one of those teasers that we've been talking about, brushing the fingers almost. For some reason, the 6s that the Stallions are hitting, they're just literally just going over the boundary ropes.
Let's shake again. Fires this one through a lot fuller this time. Not able to get under it was Cameron Shake. That's more the length of what Ali Sheikh needs to be bowling. You don't want to leave the ball in such an area in terms of length where the batter can get under it and elevate it. Fine to have him coming forward, but it needs to be a lot fuller. And they're coming off the outside edge and running down to third for another single. So, once again, just given where we are, 84 for 4 with still 1 ball remaining here in the 12th. Another 93 runs needed. That is played really nicely, but good stop at backward points. So just a single. 10 runs coming from the over. Ali Sheikh being a lot more expensive today than he usually is. But in the context of this overall game, another 8 overs remaining, 48 balls, and they still need 92 runs. That required rate 11.5.
As the spicy contest gets into the final stage of this game, we've got some spicy food coming from our title sponsors, Turmeric Cuisine and Bar, a new establishment in Katy, Texas, just across from Costco Wholesale. They're avid cricket lovers, and when you walk in on any of the weekday evenings or even on the weekends, on the giant screen, you'll be seeing cricket games. So go hang out at the bar, order some spicy curry and chicken 65, and have some fun watching live cricket at Turmeric Cuisine and Bar.
The last 48 balls to be bowled in the Houston Premier League 2023. Shubham Ranjane on strike, 4 from 7. Cameron Sheikh, 26 from 19. And these two are going to be asked to drag their team closer to victory. It is not going to be easy. And this appears to be Musaddiq Ahmed coming back into the attack. I stand to be corrected when the scorecard is updated. But Mohamed Mohsin still with 1 over remaining. He's bowled 3 overs so far, 1 for 15. Slower delivery. That's a good change of pace, and it's knocked into the deep. Oh, that's what happens when you run the first one hard. You put the pressure on the fielding side, and that provides the opportunity for them to run through for a second run. So every additional run counts. Bear in mind, as I mentioned, they're going to need to score at the rate of 2 runs and over effectively the rest of the way to win. So, yeah, this is Musaddiq Ahmed. He has 1 over left, make that 5 balls after that first delivery. His figures so far, 2 for 25, an economy rate of 7.9.
I must add, on the bottom half of your screen, you're not now going to see the branding of sports ball photographer, our good friend Jason Bainbridge.
Knocked him over. Went across the line, once again looking to play toward mid-wicket. But full and straight does the trick for Musaddiq Ahmed. He picks up his 3rd wicket. And all of a sudden, the Stallions X slip further into the hole. They are now 87 for 5.
Yeah, talking of sports photography, those stumps would make for some really great pictures that Jason is clicking right now. I can assure you, this is quality work, would speak for itself. He is covering the entire final, and he did cover the opening ceremony of the Houston Premier League, and those pictures would be copyrighted by HPL 2023. And those of you interested in getting those images can reach out to us. I don't see the vultures, but the Stallions keep sinking further down in that hole that Julian was talking about.
Well, they have not yet gotten to the halfway stage in terms of the score that they need to overhaul. They still need another 90 runs. They only scored 87. We've passed the halfway point in terms of the number of overs. We've certainly passed the halfway point in terms of the number of wickets. So all signs right now are pointing to less than ideal conditions for the Stallions X. This is Jaskaran Singh Buttar, who's now on strike. That was his first ball faced, and Shubham Ranjan is the non-striker. He scored 4 from 7. But goodness, there is a lot of work to be done. And just like that, Munir, note that the required rate now is exactly 12. Loopy, slow, full toss. It's clipped down to square leg for a single.
The thing, Brian, about situations like these is when you're vibing as a team and the run of play and the momentum is going towards you, everything starts coming off too. He's now nailing those Yorkers. The catches are being taken.
Yep.
And at the same time, Stallions are trying things, but it's not working for them. And that's the nature of the game. So it's not going to be easy for them to make a comeback. Somebody will have to play once in a lifetime innings, which may start with this wonderful stroke from Shubham. Pulled backward a fine leg. That fielder was inside the circle. He was given the invitation and he did capitalize. Square leg couldn't get across and he picks up a boundary. They're going to need a lot more of that if they have to get anywhere close to that big total of 177.
They're certainly going to need a lot more than that, but from the bowling side's perspective, what they're going to do is have to go back to their basics. That delivery was slanted down the leg side, and it was easily put away for 4. This next ball is better, very full and straight, and guided down to deep long on for a single. That is the last ball of the 13th over. Score of 80, make that 93 for 5, means that the exact required rate is 12. So in 7 overs, they need 84 runs, 5 wickets back in the hutch, and the noose, you get the sense, is starting to tighten. This pair needs to do something spectacular here.
Maverick Cricket, based in Dallas, Texas, are the provider of official match balls for Houston Premier League. Reach out to Maverick through their Facebook page for any cricket gear needs that you may have.
So we've gone back to Ali Sheikh. Nope, sorry, this is Mohamed Mohsen looking to sweep. Mohamed Mohsen back in for his last over. Looking to sweep that away, and umpire Owen Brown turning down the LBW appeal. One thing you have to say, the umpiring in this tournament has been top-notch. And I'm not just saying this because I umpired on the first day. But Owen Brown and Sadiq Koja are 2 umpires who are not going to be flustered by the moment. and are always going to take the opportunity to assess all of the different elements before making a decision. Very full and driven into the covers for a single.
A lot of such high stature tournaments, high profile tournaments have to fly in umpires because local cities just don't have a pool like that. And that's where we started laying this groundwork several years ago and handed over the HPL umpiring panel to
To Brian.
Owen Brown.
Oh,
to
he knocked
travel
him
up.
over. Look at that delivery. Full, straight, Yorker length. Good night, Shubham Ranjani. Boy, again, Mohammed Mohsin, a match winner on his day. One of the better cricketers that you'll find anywhere. And he gets that ball right up there in the block hole. Shubham Ranjani playing all over it and getting his middle stump knocked back. That means the 6th wicket is down. And all of a sudden, this is now starting to feel like Mission Impossible. Well, this seems to be sort of drifting towards a very predictable end. The Knight Riders are putting on the squeeze, and the Stallions X currently have no answer. The required rate now up to 12.62, and the new batter in is Waqas Salim. Waqas Salim just faced his first delivery, and Jaskaran Singh Buttar has only faced 3, of which he scored 2. So, obviously, with each dot ball, the task becomes that much more difficult. Mohammed Mohsin again. Skied it. It's going to be an easy catch in the infield. Another one goes down. And this is all, again, going toward a very predictable end. Waqas Salim wanting to take the attack to Mohammed Mohsin. I mentioned earlier he's not an easy bowler to attack, and he just ends up skying a pretty simple catch that is taken at mid-off. And so the 7th wicket goes down. The score is now 95 for 7. Mohammed Mohsin has 3. So this is Ehsan Adil, who will now be taking the responsibility of maybe trying to manufacture something. So, Coach, when you were coaching Ehsan Adil, how much of your sessions had to do with him with the bat in his hand?
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that.
Okay.
When I was working for that team, my boss was Dav Watmore.
Yep.
And, you know, we identified fairly quickly that if our batters tended to fail, which happened occasionally,
Yeah.
there was a lot riding on the bowling unit. And the bowling unit tended not to be able to bat. So we got to a stage where we actually instituted a bowlers batting group.
Okay.
And I was in charge of taking the bowlers as a unit and working with them. And, you know, we would actually, as a bowling unit, we would set ourselves a goal, okay, whether it's ODI, test match, whatever, we would have targets that as a bowling group we would want to meet.
Interesting.
And they thoroughly enjoyed that. And it paid dividends because rather than the last 4 guys getting out for 0, you know, if they can just chip in 30, 40,
Sure.
makes a big difference.
Sure. Now, in this situation, we're not playing a test match, so you're not asking them to bat for time. You're asking them potentially to at least try to see how close you can get to that total. So how much can you expect from Ehsan Adil to be able to get anything close to that total.
I mean, in my opinion, he's no slouch with the bat.
Yeah.
Now, that may be the kiss of death commentator's curse. But, you know, he's very capable of playing deliveries, running between the wickets, and hitting a long ball where he has to. So, you know, you would expect him to use his, you know, his great experience at the highest level and try and take a little charge of this and actually, you know, get some twos, running between the wickets, and if he's capable, take the long ball.
It'll be interesting to see how that works. This appears to be Imran Khan Jr. taking up the attack from the forest end. I asked the question earlier, when would you bring back Carmi LaRue? Well, there doesn't appear that Jaskaran Malhotra feels the need to bring back his strike bowler just yet. This is Imran Khan coming in from the forest end. Going down the leg side. Good take by Jaskaran. So do you just keep Carmi LaRue's 2 overs in your back pocket and only bring them out if needed? In other words, if these bowlers are doing the job they need to, taking wickets, do you just hang on to your strike bowler and then maybe not even worry about bringing him back?
I mean, definitely if he's your strike bowler, you want to use him. I mean, very underrated overs are 16, 17, 18. That's that in a T20 game is where you can completely kill it. So maybe using him there. Don't save him right until the very, very end, but just kill the beast in that last few overs.
Like that analogy, which also refers to those vultures we saw up above earlier on. In the air, oh goodness, an executive decision made there pretty early on by that fielder at short third to not go for the catch. And they end up stealing a single.
To be fair, the fielding team will be pretty happy. Just let them get singles. Let them get the ones. They need way too many.
So to that point, each single makes the required rate go up. That required rate is now 14.12. That is a good-looking Yorker right in the block hole. Yes, they get a single, but once again, rate now up to 14.36. Make that the required rate. And so once again, at the risk of repeating ourselves, this feels to be petering out into a pretty predictably one-sided affair. Skied, do we have a catching opportunity? Yes, we do, and it's taken running backwards from the covers. A pretty simple catch in the end. Once he did the hard work to get to it, it seemed to be pretty easy to just hold on. And so the 8th wicket goes down. All of the drama has been taken out of this match, and it's just now a matter of administering the last rites. Just looking at that replay again. From outside off, that angle for the left armor over the wicket. And just skying a pretty simple catch. I think that was Jaskaran Singh Buttar who did not make the contact with that ball that he would have wanted to. And wicket number 8 goes down 98 for 8. The Stallions X need another 7 to 9 runs, but more realistically, the Knight Riders just need 2 more wickets or need 32 more balls. There's a question for you. Which is going to happen first? 2 wickets or 32 balls? Yogesh Kaka thinks 2 wickets.
Yeah, I'll go with the wicket.
Oh, so no thought then to just treating this like a net session the rest of the way and just patting it around for 4 runs and over?
I hate that so much. If you're going to lose with some dignity. lose fighting. Seriously.
Friend of mine who lives in Austin came down here a couple of times to play in this is skied in the deep and goes away for 6, it looks like. Yep, goes all the way for 6. So I think they want to take the approach that you're suggesting, Coach, go down swinging. So a friend of mine drove all the way from Austin to play in a match, batted number 11. They needed something like, I don't know, 120 runs in the last 7 overs. It was not going to happen. And he said, I came all the way down here. I'm in a net session. And he covers up, plays forward defensive for the next 7 overs. He said after 3 overs, they were begging him, please play some shots so we can go home. And he said, nope, I came all the way down here. I'm going to bat the remaining 7 overs, which I thought was hilarious. Okay, so 1 ball. Nope, in fact, that's the end of the. Oh, look at this. That is the end of the over. And you mentioned, you called it, Coach. I think you said 16, 17, and 18 are important. Well, over 16 right now goes to the big fast bowler, Carmi LaRue. So another 73 runs needed. Carmi LaRue called in to administer the last rites, it feels like. The score is 104 for 8. That first ball whizzing by the attempted drive of Zia ul Haq. Zia ul Haq, of course, a left-arm fast bowler, but a right-handed batter.
See, even if he goes for a runner ball, maybe just over, it's still so tough.
Sure.
That mountain is getting steeper and steeper.
So 2 balls, 2 dots by Carmi LaRue. His figures so far, 2.2 overs, no maidens, and 1 for 9. Oh, look at that quick Yorker. Appeal for a catch. Umpire Owen Brown says no. But those 3 dot balls are certainly helping in terms of turning the screws. In fact, this may be the last time we talk about the required rate, because now it's going up close to 17. And it's not going to get any easier. Here's Carmi LaRue again. Lofted in the air. There's a man out there sweeping in the covers. And that's just going to be good for 1 run. A good strong throw, too, coming back in. So, in fact, just in looking at his body language, Carmi LaRue seems to be just content to bowl within himself. Doesn't look like he's straining every sinew to try to get that ball down there as he would if he were bowling to top order batters. Just making sure that he just doesn't do anything rash and gets that ball somewhere on the stumps as he does there. That's defended into the covers for a single. 1 ball remaining here in the 17th. Carmi LaRue's 3rd. Make that the 16th. My apologies. Nope. Yep. So 2 runs coming from this over already. And here is the last ball of the 16th. Stroked into the backward point area for no run. So sort of nondescript over by Carmi LaRue. Doesn't concede very many runs, just 2. But essentially he was just trying to, as they say in golf, keep it in the fairway. And an over that concedes only 2 runs means that there is still another 71 runs needed for the Stallions X and only 24 balls in which to get them. That is the end of 16. The score is 106 for 8.
To be fair, that was a perfect over. Realistically, I mean, he had everything under control. Was it 2 runs off?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, bowling well within himself, hitting his lines, hitting his lengths. You know, the wickets will be there the next time he comes up.
Delivery now stroked down the ground for a single. This is going to be Imran Khan Jr. bowling his third over. So far, 2.1 overs, 1 for 11. And if you look over towards the eastern side of the ground, you see the huge contingent of Knight Riders gathering, ready to storm onto the field. You would think this is played off the outside edge. Do they get two? Oh, look at that. Good sliding stop by that fielder running back from backward point, but almost a collision there. Imran Khan Jr. about to deliver again, bowling this time to Ehsan Adil. Short and looks to pull it away, skies it. Jaskaran Malhotra takes it very easily. That is the 9th wicket down. And those of us who thought that this was just going to be 2 wickets were going to happen before 32 balls, I think that you will get your wish, because the last man is going in, and we have a very, very long way to go. In fact, we can probably stop talking about the possibility of the Stallions X overhauling this total. The only question that remains is, in which over is this match going to be finished? So now all of a sudden Hamza Bangash wants to not just be a star cricketer in Houston, but he wants to be a producer. Now he wants us to show him faces in the dugout. Oh my goodness. This is at the end of a really successful, exciting tournament. A very tame end in terms of the intrigue. The intrigue was lost a long time ago. This is an appeal for LBW. Not out, says umpire Sadiq Koja. The new batter is Abhimanyu Poswal. Abhimanyu, one of the U21 players, the several U21 players who featured in this tournament so far. And I think if he is able to get through this innings without getting out, he'll consider that a victory. Slower delivery, lofted in the air, catchable. Carmel LaRue coming in, takes it easily. The UMMC Knight Riders with the victory by 68 runs. What a tremendous effort. Such a clinical performance in the final. Excelled earlier on with the bat. Put together a challenging total. And then with the ball, they were disciplined. They struck early and often. And the Stallions X really never able to sustain any sort of a fight back. And so that is the end of the match. The UMMC Knight Riders, the champions of Houston Premier League 2023. Coach, I will ask you for any final words if you have them. What do you think about what you saw here today?
I mean, you saw some good cricket from both teams. I mean, the standout thing for me was obviously how the bowlers put them under pressure in that last batting inning. I mean, it was good lines, good lengths, and that run rate crept up. Honestly, I mean, if you're a coach or a player listening to this, I would suggest very much when your run rate starts to creep, you really want to up your running game. You can't let it go so long. You know, once it gets up to 6s, 7s, 8s, you've really got to do the running game. You can't just rely on boundaries. Now, obviously, these guys were hindered by potentially that injury, so he couldn't run. But I mean, he could hit, but he couldn't run. But, you know, that only lasts for so long. So, definitely, I mean, I know I'm doing the boring coaching thing, but...
That's why you're sitting where you are, actually.
When you are chasing a total, your running game has got to be on point. Really has.
Words of wisdom from one of the best coaches in the world. Thank you so much, Coach. Just looking at the overall scorecard, UMMC Knight Riders, after having been asked to bat, scored 176 for 5 Top scorer was Mukhtar Ahmed, 77 from 61. Captain Jaskaran Malhotra, 45 from 25. And then towards the back end of that innings, Musaddiq Ahmed, 28 from 18 with a 4 and 2 sixes. 176 was always going to be a steep chase. Stallions X wanted to go after it hard, but they end up losing their captain and fearless leader, Cheyenne Jahangir, early, 5 from 5. And then Shayan Jayasuriya stuck around for a while, 38 from 33 with 5 fours and a 6. Cameron Sheikh contributing 28 runs, but no one else really offering much resistance. The next highest score after that was Shubham Ranjani, 10 from 11. Everyone else in single digits. It also has to be said that the extras were all the way down, just 4 wides. Those are the only extras experienced as compared to the number of no balls that were in the first innings. So a very convincing victory. The UMMC Knight Riders are your champions. They win by 6 to 8 runs. Please stick around because we are going to have, at some point in the next few minutes, the closing ceremony, as well as any other parting words from those of us here at Prairie View Cricket Club. But for now, stick with us for the closing ceremony. We will be right back.
Check.
Hello, test. Can we please request all of you to come in towards the red trailer? We are about to start the presentation ceremony in the next 5 minutes. The UMMC Night Riders and also the Stallions and everyone else in attendance. Can I also please invite our guests for this presentation ceremony, Mr. Yogesh Patel, Mr. Sushil Natkarni, Mr. Julian Fountain, and last but not the least, as always, Mr. Brian Walters, without whom nothing's possible at the HPL. I'll deal. I'll take care of it. So first of all, as we are about to start this presentation ceremony, as we always say, none of this is possible without the sponsors who make all this possible. And for this edition of HPL, it's Turmeric Indian Cuisine and Restaurant from Katy, Texas, who are the title sponsorship. So can I please request to give them a round of applause for supporting Houston cricket and the HPL. We're first going to start with all the man of the matches from the group stage. Because you're all on different fields and with the time constraints, it's never possible for us to come out there and give everyone their man of the match awards. So first we'll start with the game between Stallions and Raiders, Shehan Jayasuriya. And can I call upon Mr. Yogesh to come and present this player of the match trophy? The next one between Austin Blasters and HCL Knights, Gaurav Bajaj. And anyone can come on behalf of him from HCL and accept this. Roshan, please accept this on behalf of Gaurav Bajaj. The next one between UMMC Night Riders and Kings, Mukhtar Ahmed. The next game between Austin Blasters and Kingsmen, Saad Ali. He wasn't expecting to receive one today. The next one between UMMC Night Riders and Stallions X, Shehan Jayasuriya. We can get Shehan a chair. He's coming back up many different times. We'll just keep him here. Stars versus Austin Blasters and Stars versus and again I'll invite Roshan to come and accept this. Kingsman versus HCL. He's not here today, but Milan Kumar for his 100. Someone from the Stallions family can come and accept this. Coach Amir, can you please come up? UMMC Night Riders versus Raiders. The man of the match, Nauman Anwar. Stars versus Kingsmen, Ramiz Ra. Stars versus Kingsmen, Ramiz Ra. Test. Ramiz Raja. Ramiz walks in and some of the batteries go down. And the last, but not the least, like we said, Stallions X versus Kings. Man of the match number 3 for you-know-who, Shehan Jayasuriya. 3 league games and 3 man of the match for Shehan. Now, for the semi-final between UMMC Knight Riders and Kingsmen, it's Imran Khan Jr. And of course, one other presentation that we've already done but deserves a round of applause for his scintillating 100 yesterday in the semifinal, Shayan Jahangir, and that interview is already up on our Facebook. Now, may I please call upon Mr. Sushil Natkarni to present the next round of awards. And this one is in memory of Mr. Channi Benz, a legend of Houston Cricket League. It's the Spirit of the Game Award, and that goes to a franchise that came to the HPL for the first time. They were dealt severe blows during the course of the tournament, better not spoken, but they were very positive during the course of the tournament. And this goes to Austin Blasters. Austin, of course, is not here, but we'll send this to them. In fact, it would make sense for a native Austin legend in the likes of Brian Walters to come and accept this and get this award over to the Blasters today. Now, the next one, Sushil bhai, can you please come up? This one also is not even debatable. This was a landslide victory for the most engaging franchise for their social media presence, all the marketing and branding they did. I'll just call their team managers to come up and accept this on behalf of UMMC Knight Riders. Tremendous marketing effort. I don't even know how many likes do you now have on your social media, 15K or is it 25K likes. A lot of good paid marketing, but it's Knight Riders, the most engaging franchise. The next one, Tony Best Memorial Emerging Talent. And this one is in memory of a legend of Houston cricket, Tony Best. And this goes out to, it was based on the MVP stats, Joshua Trom from Austin Blasters. Again, I'll request Mr. Tony Best to come up. I'm sorry, my bad. Tony Best Memorial, and he'll accept this, Brian Walters. Now, the next one is a super striker for most sixes in the tournament. And he's also not here, but I'll invite Satish to come and accept this on his behalf. The most sixes came off the bat of Unmukh Chand. He, of course, had 2 centuries. One of those innings yielded 10 sixes. I think the total is 17 sixes for the tournament. Best fielder for Turmeric HPL 2023, and this was based off the maximum number of catches taken. And that goes to Waqas Salim for his 6 catches. The next one is best bowler of the tournament, and they know who he is, but these are some astonishing stats. 10 wickets in 5 games, an economy of 4.94, an average of 8.9 runs conceded per wicket. And we posted some of his Instagram stories, and our mind was blown at the level of skill he was demonstrating. This one goes to Mohammad Mohsin. Now, another big one. This one is for the maximum runs scored in this tournament. There were only 2 batsmen who breached that 200-run mark during the course of HPL 2023. Unmukh Chand was one of them. And the other one, of course, without any doubt, with 279 runs, a strike rate of 160, an average per innings of 69.75. Any guesses? Shehan Jayasuriya. Now this is another big one. Player of the match of the finals today. What was built to be a huge contest ended up almost one-way traffic, and the player responsible for that was his innings of 77 in fact, my apologies, Mukhtar Ahmed. Now, before we go on to the big 3, the MVP, the runners-up, the champions, and the winners and runners-up medals, we have to acknowledge the efforts of some of our volunteers and supporters who make all of this possible. So first of all, you all know him pretty well. His pitches played pretty well, and he was also a member of our organizing committee. Mangesh Chaudhary, if you're still around. He left. He left the building. The next one, he has spent a lot of time this year for the HPL, Roshan Angaum. One of our most avid supporters from over the years, Mr. Yogesh Patel. A part of our commentary team, and he brings a lot of international experience, Mr. Julian Fountain. A lot of players from, especially Knight Riders, who are from the Pakistan setup, couldn't recognize him. He's dropped a few pounds, and he has a big beard now. But they're astonishing looks, coach. So he's worked with the Pakistan setup, with the West Indies setup. He's really experienced. Next one, a board of advisors for the HPL, and he was really critical to our cause this year, Owen Brown. He kept you all in line. The next one, of course, always any member of HCL, EC can come up. Abdul or Mr. Himani, any of you can come up. Please accept this on behalf of Gaurav. Hello. Now the last 2 really big ones, the people who made all this possible. And this person contributed leaps and bounds this year. He was with me pretty much on all occasions when we were working in the back end for making all of this happen. Bhaskar Katula. The next one. This is not a rated R broadcast, it's a sports broadcast, but still have to acknowledge one of the facts about this person. We call him the sexiest voice in cricket, Mr. Brian Walters. Now, the biggest individual award today. That's the MVP of HPL 2023. There are no guesses for this. It's Shehan Jayasuriya again. Now, may I please invite all the players from Stallion X, the entire roster, to please come up and accept your runners-up medals one by one. Sushil is going to pass it on to you. Just come there. Coach Amir, skipper, Shayan Jangir, Ehsan Adil, Shubham Ranjane, T Money, Jaskaran Singh, Nitish Kumar, Aryan Satish. All of you were wonderful ambassadors for your franchise. Kamran Sheikh, you played an amazing brand of cricket. And with the last set of medals, can I also invite Shayan Jangir to come up and accept the HPL 2023 Runners-Up Trophy. Now, can I also call upon Brian Walters, Julian Fountain, and Yogesh Patel to come forward for the final round of medals and the championship trophy? Can I please call all the players from Knight Riders to come forward and accept your medals? This is the goldware, the championship medals, the Knight Riders. Let's do it in front of the table. All right, so that wraps up the presentation ceremony for HPL 2023. We'll see you next year. Thanks a lot.
Oh, you forgot something, man.
Can I please call upon all four of you guests to come in front of the table? Let's get those fireworks and smoke clouds ready. Please come forward, the four guests. Please stand up here. I'll pass the trophy on to you. Can I now please call upon Jaskaran Malhotra to come forward? Sushila, hold. The champions of Turmeric Houston Premier League 2023, UMMC Knight Riders! Now, the administrative side of my duties are done. We'll get the sexiest voice back, and The skipper and the people who really deserve to be in the front of that podium, Mr. Brian Walters, please call them upon.
Jasker, and I know that based on what was said earlier, you're satisfied with what has happened here today. But give me a sense of the work that goes into creating a winning culture for a team like this, and how satisfying is it that you have won today?
Well, it's very satisfying, and me and Majid and the whole ship have been together for a couple of years. It feels really good. A lot of effort is involved in getting a team together. And Majid bhai, I would like you to get on the stage. Come on, man, quickly. Yeah.
Now, Majid, may I remind you that when we met, you were like 14 years old. You have grown in stature, so much so that you're no longer a player, you're owner of a team. So tell me a little bit about your journey and what it means to have this team as champions of Houston Premier League 2023.
Thank you, Brian. First of all, I want to thank HPL for a great show. I think the management did a great job in putting this together. I've been playing HPL for quite a few years, and I think this was one of the best events they conducted. So congratulations to Munir, you and the team guys. Congratulations. Also, Stallions did a fantastic job. They've been a team to beat in the last, I would say, a year. So beating 2 Stallions in 2 days and lifting this cup is sweet, right? So, I know. We started this journey 5 years ago when we created Night Riders at UMMC Night Rider, and it only took us 5 years to pick this trophy. And since there's a lot of emotional ties from players and friends and of course family, it means a lot more than any other trophy we picked up. So again, thank you for everything, guys. This would not have been possible without my beloved skipper, Jaskaran, and Johnny Bhai, coach, mentor, brother, and my management team, Abdul. Himani is not here. Himani, Shahik, Amar, and of course, my team.
Thank you, Majid. I'm going to ask one more person to come forward. In fact, a U21 player. Let's get Ali Sheikh. Come on up here. Ali, you've grown by leaps and bounds, but you're still. Are you 21? No, you're like 20. 19 maybe.
Yeah, I'm 19. About 20 next week.
Well, advance. Secondly, what is it to you as a young man who can rub shoulders with professional cricketers, but also at the same time show that you belong at this level?
I mean, it's obviously a good experience to play in this kind of tournament. So I'm just happy that we executed and got the trophy.
Last thing, your father is here. For some reason, every time we are following each other, you all do well. So for me to follow you around the tournaments from now on.
Obviously, yes. You have to be there for everything.
Once again, guys, congratulations. You all did very well. Thank you for everything that you've done this week to contribute to the most wonderful of events. And thank you again. Take care.
And that brings us to a close of HPL 2023. Congratulations to the Night Riders.